a lot of evidence in our email. Old, packets.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Good to go.
Okay, all right, we are returning to regular session and recessing for lunch.
Thank you. All right, I think Lisa's got lunch already. We will see you at 12:30. I'm just mute. Start in like 2 minutes. Miriam and Michael, if you can hear me, just to give you a heads up, we're gonna start in like 2 minutes.
Jason, I don't remember what we're turning integrated guidance into other than was it unified guidance?
Yeah, it was unified something.
All I can remember was fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
There's some,
well,
some new thing,
it took me so long
ODE
to
repackaging.
picture where I thought I knew Jody from the underclassmen and I misplaced her, but she's the one that comes forward with all the helpful reminders for integrated guidance.
Oh, uh-huh.
And I thought she was this same gal that gave the early learning presentation, like my first meeting, that would have been like October, November. I thought I couldn't figure out where I knew Jody until, what was it?
Tina.
Tina.
Yeah.
That it was integrated guidance. That's where Jody
Yeah,
finally placed her.
in the next few years it will be.
We ended up in a pilot with ODE for the,
Oh, that's right. You guys are doing it for the, isn't that the assessment thing or?
I don't know, so they're not my head. I'm not a good pilot participant in that, that's for sure. Some supposed to be with some all-in-one. I know it's the goal of integrated pilots, but
You might be in the pilot unified guidance.
that might be what it is with.
I said within 5 years and I was like,
They've got consultants, they've got all kinds of things that. Of folks that have met with individual districts to hear more about their needs and. What works, what doesn't work, but. And
All right.
I'm gonna get stinging bubble water, some bubble water.
So that sounds good. Bubble water. Do you have a particular kind that you like? Lisa is great at it.
You just have to know what preferences are.
Yeah.
Something that doesn't have sugar and doesn't taste real, it could be just sparkling water, but it could be a lemon or a lime or something.
Is there a particular brand?
Probably. But I don't know.
That's awesome, Lori. Yeah, we can do that. There might even be some in the closet back there, right?
It's all out here.
Is it all out there now?
Like the ices? Is that what you want?
No.
Just. Okay, so for this afternoon, we're gonna get into some strategic planning and some of those things, but we're gonna start out by doing another little icebreaker thing. So this one's kind of this is one of the would you rathers. This is kind of funny, I think. So here's the icebreaker question. Would you rather have the ability to talk to animals or speak every human language fluently?
animals.
Animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
It'd be way
How
more
come?
interesting than hearing what people have to say.
I deal with enough people.
Hold on, that makes sense for you.
That's funny.
Might willingly lose the languages and human speech that I have.
Roger would have great conversations with his dog.
Yeah, I'd love to just have some really fun like, I'd love to actually understand what my dogs are saying to me.
I think I can already understand my dog well enough.
My dog says hello every morning. Literally.
That's cute.
It's funny.
I want that hammer for your whole day.
And he got some original, we were called 34th Street when the Dutch girl gets on his lap and she was a displaced person from the war. It's her language.
Yeah.
About that, yeah, because I'm trapped in their one language.
Yeah. If you're-
I just came from 4 different countries and I used Google Translate and I talked to people like crazy and they talked to me and to my phone and we laughed and joked. I'll go with the animals.
You just got you covered.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I like to try to speak a little bit of the language. Well, a little bit of the language in the places that I go. So I think just because I like traveling, like, which is,
That's cool.
Yeah, I would do that too, but I would learn my phrases off technology.
yeah,
I don't think they had that for please or.
Yeah, please.
that is true.
That's funny.
I think I got as far as thank you when I was in Greece.
It's awesome. Miriam and Michael, how about you two?
That's interesting that Google Translate was enough to get by. I just think I would lean towards being fluent in multiple languages. I think it'd be fascinating.
Yeah, it's cool. How about you, Miriam?
I mean, someone that speaks multiple languages, I can communicate to with a lot of people in the world. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to communicate with animals.
Yeah, that's cool. Anybody else that didn't get to share?
Animals.
Animals. Yeah.
Growing up on a farm, I think of all my cows and the sheep, the pigs and the dogs and cats and chickens, all of
Yeah.
them, and how great that would have been, like. Thank you for my food, or I don't like this corn anymore, I want, alfalfa, or just what.
I know,
what
that'd
are
be
they
fun.
making?
The fleeting, yeah.
Wouldn't like that.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to speak to animals.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to. I don't have. Slides for this next part because I'm actually going to point into your packet, in your agenda packet. And I want us to take a little bit of time reviewing elements of our plan. And kind of just to give you a little bit of sort of forecasting out into the future that I'm thinking about this, is that by and large, the way my head space is in when we look at planning is I'm kind of looking at planning and strategic planning on a biennial basis. So every other year, diving a little deeper into, what should we be thinking about as we go into the next biennium? And so we're kind of in this off year right now because we're in the middle of, the first year of the biennium. And so not necessarily looking for us to do like some big revision. However, one thing that I've noticed and our teams talked about a little bit is that some of our strategic planning documents and some of the things that we've done, and I've certainly continued this forward, is a little disjointed. We have elements of this strategic plan in our that you can see in a packet here. If I point to the right, well, let's see. Did one get? Oh, I lost my page 8.
BJ?
Yeah, there we go. Got my pages flipped around. Things like the mission, the vision, the values, and then when we get into looking at objectives and then our goals, I feel like that we could probably have things be a little bit more cohesive as we go into the next biennium and think about how things are aligned, and from our mission all the way through all of our program goals and everything. But for right now, because we have new voices in space and here we are a year later for the voices that have been here, I think it's worth our time to look and say, all right, well, do these words resonate for us still? And so I wanted just to take some time and just be really conscious about where we stand with things. And so that's what we're going to do. So starting on page 8, and this is basically printed right off of our website. So you can see our mission is through service and I guess a little bit of backup. I want to say that I'm trying to remember the timing. This has been about 3 years, right? Think about when we put these together. Maybe
We
4
updated
years.
it Last year, but.
Well, we updated the objectives last year, so we've actually, this retreat time, we've worked on this every year. For the past few years, so. But so I'll just read the mission to start with. So through service and collaboration with community schools and families, we empower every child with the skills and resources needed for success, fostering innovation and responsiveness in education. So in terms of a mission, thoughts on that? Does that resonate for you in your role, whether it be board member role or executive director role? See a need for us to do any revisions or make any changes?
It's a strong mission. I mean, I think it embodies exactly what we want the organization. We can't think of anything to change.
I would, this is just my brain, it feels like there needs to be an and after success. This,
So resources needed for success and fostering innovation.
yeah, because it looks like sources needed for success and are we, it just seems like that.
Yeah, I can see that. Other thoughts about that? Maybe something will jump out at you as we go through this, so I'll go to the vision next. I would say, this next part, if we were to ask our staff, you know, do they know the vision? Probably not. But people have really, like, the vision has resonated for people. I think people really know this one. You know, is enhancing education through collaboration. In terms of, that's, you know, we are the music for the movie. And we do that by collaborating with our partners in our districts. So, thoughts about that?
I think it'll be valuable to keep using that music analogy, or that movie analogy, because my first thought on vision was it seemed so blah. I mean, it seemed short and I wasn't exactly sure, but remembering that what this organization provides is education, but it is in partnership with.
Mhm.
It is, we don't provide all of the education.
Exactly.
We partner with. So I appreciate the analogy because it grounds me back to what this organization does separate from a school district.
Mhm. Yeah, and one thing that for board members, so for Amy and Michael and Miriam, one of the things that the board did looking at this was keeping it something short,
Yes.
memorable. You know, we kind of talked about is with its few words, you know, that captured what it is they were seeking.
As a recipient of services from the ESD, it makes complete sense to me, because whether it was the registration software or, you know, all of the different things, it was, I felt, you know, very much like it was collaborative.
That's great. Well, anything comes up as you think about this, you know, let me know and we can definitely surface things as we come back through. So then the values, and I'd have to say for myself, and these values, along with now the work that we've done with our cultural compass, it really is meaningful to me as both a leader of the organization, but also as a member of a team and being a part of the organization. But I think the values really, when we put these out there, the staff seem to really appreciate these. Children and families first. And when I first talked about this for the staff, I also said, and your kids as a staff member as well. You know, I think that when we think about we need to think about our staff, that you know, they're human beings that, you know, like they need to put their own families ahead of the work. And that's that balance point that we always need to look at. Equity, inclusivity, honoring differences. Competency and expertise. I think this is a huge one that we have a lot of. So equity is, I think, pretty straightforward. We talked about the cultural equity lens earlier. Competency and expertise, I think really resonates for a lot of both the people receiving our services as well as our staff that work here. Is we have a lot of specialists. It's kind of what we do.
Well, and if you're not seen as competent or the expert, you're not gonna sell your services.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. so
Yeah, it's like, what's the point, right? Yeah.
Your data won't go into synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
This next one is really huge for me, is kindness, caring, and humility. And if we have some time, we'll see where we're at time wise. I actually have a leadership reflection piece that I had slotted for 10:45, but I wasn't sure how the timing of things went. I'm going to come back to that and hear about thoughts about humility. Trust and connection. I think, you know, again, when you pair that up with the competency and expertise, I mean, that's why people want to work with us. Teamwork and collaborative leadership. You know, I shared a little bit about that when I was talking about self-assessment, that, you know, I believe wholeheartedly that a successful organization comes from a successful team. That's the secret sauce, is having a strong team. It's not about just one person. And then health and balance. At the end of the day, you know, we need to make sure that we're living as healthy of lives as we can. So thoughts about those? Are there things that you'd want to see different, change, wordsmith?
I would like for the board to consider, when you do dive into this a little deeper in a year, to look at our cultural compass.
Let's see how those
And
match up.
see, because I look at some of the words that are listed in these values, and we used this as we were developing the compass. So it would be great to go back and kind of cross back with the alignment with our values, to use actually some of the language that's in our compass. Because this isn't just an outward facing document for districts, it's for us internally
Mhm.
as well, and so to align
Yeah.
those pieces would be nice.
I was wondering as I read, I was like, I wonder how it matches up.
Mhm.
I mean, the
Side by
four big, like, we have four quadrants on it, is ethical excellence, authentic communication, compassionate positivity, and inclusive mindset. Those are the four core values.
Yeah. And is that something even, you know, before we look at a deeper, like, overall, you know, creating cohesiveness in our strategic plan into the future, is that something that the board would like to see, a proposal of, you know, making an adjustment about those values based on the compass? That's something we could bring back this year.
We'll just look at it and see
Yeah,
what we think
just
for
look at
how
it,
it
yeah.
matches. It's just kind of interesting because it's an iterative process.
It is.
Because
Yeah.
this came about before the cultural compass. Now that we have that, we can kind of come back and look at this through the
Yeah.
lens of it.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. We'll, Christina, you and I can look at that and then share it with the team, and then we'll bring it back around. Okay, and then when we look at our goals and board objectives, and they're not really goals, they're really the board objectives. I actually should just take the goals and here, but these are things that in the past, the board's like, hey, you know, these objectives are what the board wants to see, and they actually have, there's multiple years you know, to seek these things. So I'll just run through each one. So pursue innovation through service delivery, equitable resource allocation, evaluation and improvement, staff development and use of technology. And then continue to enhance collective relationships and effective communication with LBLESD employees, school districts and communities. And then number 3, prudently and sustainably manage fiscal resources, maintain a forward-looking financial plan, and anticipate and accommodate economic changes. Thoughts about those? Adjustments, changes to that you'd like to see?
I feel like objective number 3, I like it because I think it's just really relevant right now. Anticipate and accommodate economic changes.
Absolutely.
If we're gonna talk about number 3, I'd love, because now that I'm in the role that I'm in, I see the strong like connection between fiscal and human. So for me, it would be to manage fiscal and human capital resources, because we are a people organization.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Our money is our people.
So I'm only gonna say, from a public perception,
Yeah.
it doesn't hit well when you put money and people in the same statement. Sure is a jinxie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree with your going up, and to fix that, you may wanna just go more towards managed resources.
Mhm.
Implicitly,
yeah.
on there, but you're really. Well,
Just take the fiscal out and just have it be more general. Yeah. Thoughts about that, board members?
That way it's not always stuck on the rack.
Yeah.
But I think it's an incredibly important role that we, this. No, I could still take another fiscal out.
Even if it's messaging resources.
Yeah, which is
No, I think that-
everything, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
And for me, I'm reading about that, actually, Jason recommended, I think David Brooks said that programs don't change people or influence them, relationships influence people. And we have that in here, number 2, collective relationships to enhance, but it seems kind of, and we are a data-driven organization, to be quantitative, but to maybe bring some more qualitative language in there, how we foster relationships. In general, and then that would encompass competence and expertise, but also that kindness, caring, humility, trust, and connection. Because we're getting more and more division of polarizing political thoughts that tribalize people. How do we soften those borders for people to see people as people?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that might go back to that. cultural
Yeah.
plus.
That's what I was thinking, like that connection, if we do something with values and then tie it into that board objective.
Well, yeah, and I like that too, because the picture of this in these columns is so rigid with these lines between them. And I'm more of a mind map kind of guy, and I'm interested to present it in 2 ways. So
Yeah.
More of a
Absolutely.
left brain, right brain sort of.
That would be kind of fun to do. You can play around with that and come back with a different look, perhaps.
Miriam?
Yeah, so just to clarify if I heard this correctly. So we're looking at objective 3 and we're gonna change it by removing the word fiscal.
That's what was just floated, yes.
Okay. And the reason for that was again?
The idea of making it more general because there are human resources that we are managing as well, and we want to sustainably manage human resources. And Christina talked about how, what if we put in human capital, and then Rocco made the point that a lot of times, I don't know, these are my words, but paraphrasing, politically, it doesn't always play well to put the human capital pieces in with fiscal pieces.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think I would agree with that if it was like the agency as I guess what I'm reading here, when I'm seeing it, this is board performance objective number 3. So I read that as this is what the board's responsibility is. Us as the board, we don't manage human resources. We only have one employee, and that's the superintendent. So I'm just trying to understand how this is going to go on board performance, since that is what we're looking at. Because one of our duties is board governance, and that is also fiscal responsibility. So I'm just trying to understand the difference here, because I think I'm getting confused, and like I'm getting confused.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
You do use these goals to guide.
We do,
Yeah.
yeah, so this is where I think that in terms of clarifying, Miriam's question. Is that these objectives sort of do two things. I mean, they are performance objectives for the board, but they also drive what happens inside the organization from a vision sort of standpoint. Like, this is what the board would like to see, because I ask our programs to align to these objectives. So it is kind of doing two things there.
So then, does the goals need to stay on there because it's program goals?
Yeah, I would actually say that it's just a board objectives, and then there's program goals that sit underneath these board objectives. So it's,
And I'd also point out that for objective 3, the board does have direct responsibility in collective bargaining, which is a huge piece
that's true.
of
Yeah,
human resource management.
yeah, that is true. So yeah, what Miriam said is correct, and that the board only has one employee, but the board is in active management of human resources when we look at collective bargaining. And that is.
We may not manage the people, we want our person
Yeah,
to make sure that we are putting,
exactly.
that we are
Yeah.
sustainably managing that resource as well.
Yeah,
And the collective bargaining agreement is an agreement with the board.
Correct.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah,
So are you thinking maybe we remove board performance that before each one of those and just call them objectives? Or,
yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking that there's a couple different directions I could see in some ways in terms of what's the plan. I could also see saying that these are board and superintendent objectives, because if they are serving two avenues, they're me in concert and as a team with the board, they're my objectives too, which then allows them to push into the organization. Could look at it that way.
I mean, if we're gonna carry this morning's conversation through, that really would be George Lucas saying, this is my objective and what I am asking you to do.
Yep.
Right? This is what I want you to achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. What do people think about that in terms of like board and superintendent?
So it's still.
Superintendent objectives.
I'm unclear whether we're changing any words.
So what I'm thinking so far, what I have here, is at the top, instead of goals and board objectives, it'd say board and superintendent objectives, so that would be a slight change. I think one thing that I'll come back with, and it can be the next iteration, but thinking about the values and how they connect with the compass. Then how that plays with objective number 2. I think that needs to be a maybe, like, we talked about that maybe this column organization isn't the right way to organize this. They could actually, we could create some coherence with a different way to organize it. And then the only other thing is that if we took out the word fiscal in objective 3, if that's both a board and a superintendent objective, then it does what Miriam pointed out in terms of it is a board objective, but it also allows it to push into the organization. So that's really all I wrote down so far.
Thoughts, Miriam or Michael?
I personally, this is my opinion. I don't want to remove fiscal. We can add human resources if we want to add that component. But I feel like by removing fiscal, we're removing part of what is our board governance. And it's that fiscal responsibility that we have to our stakeholders and to the agency. So that is why I'm hesitant about removing fiscal. because we do need to make sure that is listed. Again, this is my opinion. I can be, whatever, but I just feel like in order to keep it true to what we also do as a board, I don't necessarily feel like removing fiscal.
Other people's thoughts about that?
So I'm doing a little bit of Googling on what other places do. Board goals actually live in a different location than on a strategic plan. There's two
Yeah, there's
different,
ways that
yeah,
organizations do
so
it.
that's what I'm seeing in just some quick looks at some other district board goals versus what would be for us agency goals that
Yeah,
are that are embedded into a strategic plan. And there is some alignment in some of these of like what the board wants is also what the agency or the
Yeah.
school district wants, but they live in different, like, that's, I think what's hard on this document is at the very top of it says strategic plan.
yeah,
But, and so the first three columns are, yes, that's strategic plan, and then we have these board goals.
yeah. And I think that's the main thing that it hasn't really sat super well with me in the last couple of years is that it doesn't really follow a very coherent schema. I mean, it kind of needs an overall rewrite and look again, but I don't know that we want to get that
I think
far into it this year, or we
Next spring.
look at it next
Yeah.
year, going into the next biennial cycle.
I'm gonna go with Miriam on this. If we're talking about, if we say we separate them out, and we have agency goals and board goals, I would want to keep manage fiscal resources in the board goals.
Yeah.
That I would agree to. If it's gonna become a separate document for board goals, I think it's critical that we mention fiscal responsibility. No doubt. If we're gonna keep this same format or layout, I would actually like to just see us manage our resources.
Yeah,
Where it lives here, and I would be in favor of taking out fiscal.
yeah, that makes sense. So I'm wondering if this makes sense to all of you, is we leave it in as fiscal, and then I come back with, because I need to, for my superintendent goals anyway, going into next year, articulate out the agency / superintendent goals and how that aligns with this and present that back to the board. And that it gets us a step further to having it be more coherent. And then it leaves these as true board objectives. Like that the board is accountable to itself. And they still play with the agency and superintendent goals that come out of it. So I'm seeing some nods here, Miriam and Michael. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I'm nodding along.
Okay.
I'm studying it. Yeah, at the end of the day, the goals and board objectives can live somewhere else, but they've got to rhyme somehow with the agency strategic plan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, yeah, so I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine with what you laid out, Jason.
Okay. No, go ahead, Amy.
We could look like next year when we revisit, like intentionally go in planning to separate those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that typically an August retreat?
Yeah, sometimes, but I'm thinking that for us now, like this intermediate step would be for me to align my superintendent agency goals and figure that out, and then that's kind of the next step.
Yeah.
In this.
I think
So we leave this language. I think we take out the words goal and, because they're board objectives, they're not goal. I think we had left that. We take that out and then we leave them as is, here. And then I'll align the superintendent goals to this thing.
Sounds good.
Okay. So if we move off of that, the rest of it here is just information. But because it was on the website and it's something that, we've shared with the strategic plan, we left it in there. So if you go to the next document, this is something I want us to all look at. And so this is where I'm just going to point out where we kind of have all these different pieces that sort of work in concert, but they're not very cohesive. They're, it's kind of like, well, what's this document for? And this is always a good example of if you have somebody that comes new onto a team. And so this came out of a conversation that Christina and I had during one of our one-on-ones. And she looked at this 3-year planning document for the first time and she's like, wait, I haven't seen that document before. What's that? And what are we using that for? And so this is something that I just kind of adopted from Tanya in one of the work groups. And it's a whole separate thing that's, separate from the other stuff. And so this is the way this is organized. And honestly, I do these things in here. But it's not a document that is like, oh gosh, I go back and I look at this document that keeps me on track for doing these things. It's just this document that gets presented to, it's been presented to the communication and outreach. No, the performance, looking at Amy, the
Yes.
performance work group is that it's gotten presented to that group a couple times a year. As more of, it's like a work plan of sorts. And so really what you can see in this is that it kind of goes back and forth every other year. For the most part, most of the things are the same, except that every other year we do a customer satisfaction survey with our school districts, and every other year, and this is where honestly we kind of set these things aside, and I haven't really brought it up because there's just a lot of things going on, and so we haven't done all of these things. But the other every other year thing is that there's board self-evaluation. And knowing that we were going to have a lot of board changes last spring, I didn't even put the board self-evaluation out there because I'm like, why would the board self-evaluate? And then a majority of the board leaves in July, and so it's kind of like, well, let's let the new board get seated and then have people learn a little bit before we did something like that. So really my question for the board on this is that, is there value in a document like this? Or is this something where, okay, this is part of, should I incorporate these types of things into my plan and whatnot? Or into, if we had just a document that says, here's the board's plan, here's the things that the board's doing in terms of the structure. But I'll let you go through it, and then I'd love to hear your thoughts. I think this is a document that could probably go away and the information can be reorganized in a different format for the future. And then I guess the last thing I'll say before I just pause and let you kind of look through, as it relates to the board self-evaluation, my recommendation to the board and how we proceed is, we're doing work with OSBA and doing some professional development. My recommendation to the board to really up the function and the efficacy of the board is to work with OSBA and do a self-evaluation with OSBA sometime, next fall, and say, all right, we've done this PD, let's have OSBA come and go through a process where the board really evaluates, like, how are we doing? What are the different areas that OSBA recommends that the board look critically at? And then talk about what next steps and how, the board as a whole can continue to improve. So, just a couple thoughts.
How do these two documents relate? Is there a lot of overlap?
Not at all.
Oh.
To that document.
Yeah, but I will, yeah, so actually, you know what, let me just go to that and then we can just talk about it together. So this document, in terms of an actual objective management, this is probably the most valuable document that we use in terms of, objectively managing the work that we're doing as administrators and leaders. This is basically a Gantt chart it shows what tasks, so these are the tasks that fit with the goals and the objectives. And you can kind of see like, okay, when does the task start? So the green box shows it is when it starts. We have milestones and we have completion time periods, and it just kind of shows the Gantt chart. And what's really cool about this document, this is my favorite document on all of them, is that whenever there is a yellow box or a red box, Lisa pulls those, puts a document together, and has program administrators write out something that gets presented to you at a monthly board meeting. And you can see how we make progress. So in a lot of ways, I could see us going away from this.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
And we have our board objectives, we have our superintendent goals. Those superintendent goals become program goals. Those program goals then have tasks.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the, how it goes. This is where we just have all these things, and in some ways, not wanting to make too many changes all at once. When I became superintendent, there's just a lot of things like, oh, we're just gonna keep doing things the way that we've been doing them. And, and then you get to a certain point where you go, well, now it's time to change it because it doesn't really make sense the way.
The way you know that that program task document was really valuable is it's the one we all hate doing. It requires forethought, commitment, it has accountability tied in. We can't stand it. The other ones, Chad can do most of it.
Yep, absolutely. It is really true. I think that in terms of, if I were, and just like what Rocco just did, telling on myself, or in Rocco's case, just, told on himself to his supervisor, like, what is the document that keeps us most accountable? This is it. So,
I get really naggy every month, like, you have not filled this out, and I'm
Yeah.
constantly sending reminders to the people, like, this has to be done.
Yeah.
I need it by now.
Absolutely. And what's great is that there's checks to it, because Lisa bugs people to do it. And then before it goes in the board packet, I go through and wordsmith, and I'm looking through it so that I'm looking and saying, oh, well, how are we doing on these things? So it's creating these checks along the way. And it does keep us accountable. Really.
Not everybody hates it, some of us really.
Yeah.
If you hate it, then I want us to use it, so.
Neither there.
Gonna say, you're like the nerdy A student.
Yes.
Yeah.
They,
And I know we saw this before, and I thank you for making it bigger. So,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if you look at it digitally, the packet that I sent you digitally, you can make it bigger on.
Yeah,
so I'll have to look at it on.
This is whenever we printed and we want to use it, I always am like, put it on 11/17 so we can more likely to see it.
Yeah,
Exactly, that's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
well, it works on my brain, because I like a big knob, but then I can look quickly at it and go, oh, look at it in a timely way, what do I need to throw in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is noise for me. I guess.
Yeah. I find that it's difficult to even think about updating and what is this? I mean, yes. So I think that what I could see, if everyone's good with this, and I'm holding up a paper, so Miriam and Michael, I'll explain this so you know, that the 3-year plan, some of the tasks in the 3-year plan get put into the task document. And then it just becomes one of the check things that we do.
And is the 3-year plan our plan, the board's plan, or the organization's plan?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of both, but
Okay.
yeah,
And I can see
Yeah.
that on your, on the document you're gonna incorporate it in, I mean, there are sections that say board or board/A on it, and so.
Yep.
If there's anything super board related in the 3-year plan, I can see, like, I just think that they would mesh together
yep.
easily. And
Yeah.
then,
I think that's absolutely the case. So like, I think a great example of, I'm gonna share a little bit more about this later this afternoon. But developing the customer satisfaction survey, the new customer satisfaction survey, mean, I could have put that into this document and maybe retroactively I'll do that and say, all right, there's a line that says develop a customer satisfaction survey. When did I start doing that? I actually started about 2 months ago, working on those things, and I've been iterating that with the administrative team on a couple of occasions and our superintendents. And then the next line, it's like implement the customer satisfaction survey, and this is what we'll do. Okay. This is really helpful to get feedback. This is what's great about work sessions. Good thoughts. Miriam and Michael, thoughts about any of that?
No, nothing to add. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so what I'm going to do for homework for myself then is that the tasks that are in this 3-year plan, I am going to embed those into our Gantt chart document. And I'll come back with an updated Gantt chart for this year that will show those things, and anything that has been done, that's been a milestone or has been completed, I'll go through and we'll add those to. So I'll keep myself accountable for that, or actually Lisa will keep me accountable for that, but I will add that into a report in a future board meeting here to say, okay, these are the things that have been completed. And our plan would be a little more simplified with less papers.
That's not.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see where we're at here. Okay, I'm going to shift this to some of these papers aside. This was very helpful information. Thank you for your feedback. All right, the other thing that I wanted to do in this section, you can kind of see this 12:30 to 2 p.m. section that you have is talk a little bit about our vision, my vision related to workplace wellness and staff well-being, and then also our entrepreneurial ventures. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen here again so I can show you some slides. Okay. I think everybody can see that now. So we just went through the reference packet pages. So I think that this is something I wanted to put into the space because it honestly has been a really big part of a goal and a vision that I've had for our agency, and that we as an executive team have spent a great deal of time talking about. The cultural compass is a piece of this. There are many other, there are budgetary things that are a piece of this. There's a lot of different things that we've done, like how we create technology systems, how we look at other systems in our organization that can contribute to better staff wellness and well-being, and still allow us to be really effective at our jobs. Because I think that sometimes, this is just what happens in, institutions, is that we have a lot of inefficient things that we do. And, I think, well, why do we do it that way? And there's people that are doing a lot of work, and for what? Are we really getting very much out of it? Is there a lot of value that's being added with that? But so as I think about, our wellness vision, my wellness vision, I believe that workplace wellness is created through clear communication, thoughtful systems, strong relationships, and shared responsibility. And this is where the whole team thing. And this is also people can do meaningful and impactful work without, and this is the key, sacrificing their well-being. I think about some of the times in my career where I have been better at this than others. And I also can think about colleagues that I've had that have done really well professionally, and they've really sacrificed their well-being to a certain degree. I still do that. You know, and if we were talking at lunch, there's, you know, particular things in my own, you know, my own choices and my own wellness that I could be, you know, healthier in some ways if I did things differently, both at work and in my personal life, you know. But I think sometimes we need to think about, you know, how do people interact at work, and interact with their work. And we do things as leaders that can either be positive or negative for the staff, that can really send the wrong message or the right message. So when we think about, okay, so what does this look like? And so if we take this a step further, the vision really is about psychological safety through clear communication. It's about respecting time, capacity, cognitive load. It's about being human-centered. It's about being a listener, but not just listening, but listening as a form of care. You know, are we really listening because we are using that as like listening as a verb, you know, and how we care, and looking at sustainability over intensity. One of the things, and I think that I'll end up having time to go back to it in some stuff that I put together to share with all of you in terms of my leadership. I look at, and I think it's probably a natural progression, and for any leader, but the way that I lead now is very different than the way that I led 20 years ago. I started in leadership. And in some ways, it's just out of necessity, you know, like what I could do when I was 30 in terms of lack of sleep and how I could, you know, like really push in terms of intensity. Reality is I can't do that the same. Like I have to be smart. It's not just about like straight up just work harder, do more. You know? So I think that's a huge part of the like thinking about wellness. So we've accomplished some pretty amazing things. And I think this is something that it's important for the board to see. And so we put together some of the things that I think are pretty huge for accomplishments in wellness. And a lot of times when organizations will talk about wellness, you know, a little bit of like, oh, you know, we offer yoga classes, which by the way, we do. Oh, we, you know, like people have access to in the EAP, the Employee Assistance Program, which we do. There's a lot of things like that. But number one, when our executive team came together and it's like, what do we do as an organization to help people live well lives? Job security and excellent compensation. As we look at staff, like we honor people's time, we pay them as well as we can pay them, and we give them as much job security as we can. Yeah. I think about that's huge. And so an example of that is a 3-year contract. That's a really big piece. I think the next one is one that's harder to put your finger on, but we certainly have accomplished, and it shows up in what people say. So professional trust and increased autonomy. When I started at LBL in spring of 2020, there was a lot of micromanagement. I think about a few people around the table that were here, like people were micromanaged. They weren't, you know, it was very strange. Like I was told as I was onboarded about what my hours were. And I'm like, I just got hired as assistant superintendent. And I looked at, and it was actually my predecessor, who was a lovely human being, Don Dorman. It's like, well, these are the hours. This is what we do. If you need to, you know, like have an appointment, this is what you do. And I looked at him and I was like, I mean, no disrespect, Don, but you are out of your mind if you think that as I've worked for the last like 15 years in leadership roles, that I am going to like punch a time clock. Like that's crazy talk, you know. But that was the culture of this place. Is that, you know, it was that, you know, I know that there were people in the business office that would get things ready and they'd have their purse or their bag and their coat on at 4:59 and they would wait, and as soon as the clock hit 5 o'clock, then they would leave. You know, that was the culture of this place. It is not the culture of this place anymore. You know, it is now like, we trust you to do well. We expect that you're going to do well. But we have autonomy to do jobs well. And I think Lisa could probably put a finer point on this. But I'll just share one more thing and I'll just kind of open up for my team to share a little bit because I think this is worth talking about. We had a staff member that works in the business office, that worked here at one time and then came back and made a comment. I think it was to Sean, right? Malcolm said something to somebody like, wow, this place is really different.
It was done.
Was it Doug? Okay,
Yeah, Collins, yeah.
yeah, so a colleague saying, wait a second, what's happened here? This place is really different. Get me? And it was around, you know, it's like. Getting your kid to school, it was around like getting your kid, dropping your kid off at school and showing up 5 minutes late.
A literal panic over showing up at 8:07.
You know, was like, no, do your job, get your job done, do it well, you know, and let's be human with each other. So I don't know if anybody else wants to jump in and share, like Lisa, you could probably talk about.
No, I mean, you definitely hit the nail on the head with that, that it is definitely different. It was exactly like you're saying that like, when I took the job, I was told by somebody who had worked here, they're like, oh, you have to like raise your hand in order to like go to bathroom break time, like to make sure it's time. Can you go at this time? And when I was just like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I want to work there. But it wasn't quite that strict. That was just kind of what, you know, as an example. But it's definitely improved. Like the person that's returned, I've talked to her many times and she just can't believe the difference from when she left 2 years ago to what it is now. It's
Oh, wow, that's short of a time.
yeah. People they want to work here. They want to be here.
And I actually think, oh, Tim, go
I
ahead.
was just saying, even the changes that we made during the building remodel.
Yeah.
I remember when I first started here. I got stuck in a corner in a room that hardly anyone else went into, and then they built 6-foot walls around me. So not only did I not get to see anyone, if anybody did happen to come in that room, they didn't know I was there. So now we have it where everybody is together, everybody interacts well, and it is just a night and day difference on how our staff know each other and get to interact. So this, you know, thought was put into things that in the past it wasn't put into.
I wholeheartedly believe that. People actually produce more. When you give them autonomy and, you give flexibility. You know, like if you treat people like you treat them when they punch a time clock. That's all you're getting. You know, people don't put their best effort in that way. And it doesn't mean, I mean, we still have hourly employees and we still need to follow bully laws and everything else. But we also can be, you know, human and say like, okay, you know, the drop off line for your kid went a little long and, you know, you're 7 minutes late. Like, big deal, stay 7 minutes behind and you just did your day, you know, or 2 days later, you worked 15 minutes longer and now you're, you know.
Or even if you're day in and day out, you're producing outstanding work, why care?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
It has been an adjustment as a person who was here before, like, I would send Jason a text message when I'm in line behind a train, I'm like, I'm gonna be, you know, a few minutes late, I'm sitting at a train at NAMS, you know, I can't get through, and he's like, I don't care. But you do your job, I understand, you know, that you're stuck in a train, and you don't have to tell me, but it was so ingrained that like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be 2 minutes late.
It took months and actually a couple of years probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, because you feel like you're on that deadline and I just will be here a few minutes late and I'm still making my time up and I get my job done.
Yeah.
So it's definitely for the best.
Or even things too, where we have several staff members who don't live really in this area, they have quite a big commute, Rocco's one of them. And the ability to say, I have an appointment near my home, I'm going to do the rest of my shift from home afterwards is game changing for them. Because they didn't no longer have to take a whole day off or half a day off to go to a 30-minute appointment. They're able to do both.
We're actually getting probably more productivity.
I was gonna say, and then we actually get
Taking
more.
Less leave time.
Yeah.
And making the long commute on a short day just to show up.
Exactly, yeah, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, devaluing FaceTime, which is also good for the leadership on there because, you know, it's not just here, but there is such a culture of when you're in a leadership position, it's like about that commitment that, you know, I'm doing it 80 hours a week. And it's hard to step away from it because, you know, there were many years where if you didn't do that out there, it marked you as somebody who wasn't eligible for advancement. And it's sort of all of us just kind of stepping away from it and saying, no, that's really not necessary.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I have a question on that, because being new on the board and having done some touch in connection with most of you folks, I really get the feeling that you guys work a lot more than an 8-hour day.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit.
It ebbs and flows.
There's seasonality to it. It does ebbs and flows for sure. I would say that, I work less hours right now than I have for most of my career.
That's,
Yeah. In particular, you know, the other part of this is that a big part of the superintendent job is around communication and writing. And AI has had a tremendous influence. AI probably saves me 10 hours a week.
wow.
Yeah. Easily. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know, for me, it's about a 50-ish hour a week job.
Letters were just heartfelt.
They are. Yeah.
With a little help from me.
With a little help from AI, yeah. Well, you know, but I think that as we look at, when we think about, you know, like, so staff wellness, honestly, utilizing AI, which, to be fair, terrified the heck out of me at first, you know. But the way I started thinking about it is you know, as a hobby and also as part of my career, I've been involved in various construction things and whatnot. The way I think about it is I think about it like a power saw or an air nailer. You know, that if you go in and you build a building, sure, you could build a building. You could build a home with hand tools. And you know what? The home would take longer to build, be more expensive because it takes longer to build. And in fact, like in terms of framing and everything, it wouldn't actually be put together as well. Because, you know, if you've ever used an air nailer to, you know, use an air nailer to do framing and put in 16 penny nails into 2x4s or 2x6s in an area. Once you put it in there, they don't come out.
And you're more willing to put more of them in because you're not having.
Exactly. So like with writing, I think about, I mean, how I use, and this is just a little bird walk, but I think it's important. Like I will take, you know, if I want to write a thoughtful email to the staff, or to you all or whatever, like I will take 10 or 15 minutes and I will write down all my thoughts in the stream of consciousness. I have a Google Doc. I just write all those things down. Then I go over to AI and I say, I need to write an email to my board. This is the purpose of this email. And then I'll say, all right, can you organize these thoughts? And I put a colon and I drop all my stream of consciousness and it gives me a first draft. Then I go back, oh, I don't really like this very much. And I'll do some reruns. And, you know, instead of an hour or so to write a really good email, I can do it in 25 minutes. So, you know, and it's too good. Yeah.
And it's also a lot of the things that we say here go hand in hand. When you walk away from the culture of micromanagement, you gain hours to your week.
Yes.
You know, and all of that's helped me. And, you know, if I am going to micromanage Amy is going to stop doing her job. Because what's the point of you doing it when I'm gonna come tell you how to do it differently on there? And
Especially if you say, tell her how to do it after she already did something.
Exactly, and then it's me spending, I can't get my job done in 90 hours a week, because I'm insisting on doing everything, right?
And mentally, it's defeating that, you
Yeah.
feel like no matter how good I do, you're gonna come and change something anyway, so why do I wanna do such, try and do my best when it's not going to be good enough?
Yeah.
And by not having that, you have better attitude.
Yeah, like Lisa and I have a great example of, you know. In all fairness, when you look at all of the things, like there are all kinds of ideas that come out on board packets and whatnot. Some of which came directly from me at the outset, a lot of which did not. Because Lisa has the autonomy to put together a draft. And, she's very smart and does thinking. She puts a draft together, puts it in front of me. I would work on it. I might meet with Amy and Miriam and go through and put some things together. I change some stuff. I give it back to her. That's it. And it's a lot more efficient. So, and then she's not also waiting, like what we just talked about of, well, I can't really move forward because I'm sure that Jason's gonna have me redo this kind of thing. Rather than really just have it be a conversation. Some of the other things that I think are accomplishments, we've already talked about the cultural compass a lot, so I won't spend time on that. The next bullet point is really huge. This is work that Christina has worked on. This is another, honestly, AI win. I'll try to get it right and you can correct me if I've got this wrong, Christina, but Christina redid our state interview process, which is really important for finding out, like, how are people doing after 6 months after they're booked here. We've done state interviews in the past, but we haven't always had a very great process. She put together a new state interview process, plus the materials to do it, plus the training platform to train our administrators on how to do it. And it was probably 2 or 3 weeks worth of work that she did in about 9 hours with AI.
Yes.
Yeah. And you had said it was somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks worth of
Probably, yeah,
productivity.
yeah.
And there's actually 2 ways that she worked on the documents and the ideas and everything with Gemini, which is a Google product. And then after she did all of that, she used another Google product called Notebook LM that put all the information in there, and then it creates podcasts for people to listen to, and it creates all these training materials. And so now there's like this training module platform that our administrators can use. So there's some real power in those things. And yeah, it's kind of neat.
And it's all garbage. You don't cultivate it.
Yeah.
If you just
Yeah.
let it do its thing, it'll come out absolute
Yeah.
garbage, but when you interact with it.
Garbage in, garbage out.
It's the interaction piece, I mean, that's what I literally, like, had an initial idea, put it in. And I shared out with our leadership group, kind of my process, and I had a slide that just had like prompt and an arrow, prompt and an arrow, and it was just back and forth of like, I put something in, Gemini would ask me, would you like this? And it was like, I probably would have gotten to like, yeah, I want this next document, but it prompted me, I'm like, yes, and so then it would draft that, and I was like, that's not quite what I was looking for. Adjust the prompt, got a new version of it. And it was this back and forth that it started to anticipate what it thought the next step in the process would be. And I'm like, yes, that's what I need next, Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I didn't realize how shortened it had done. I went back for this presentation and because I had it on my calendar. And I'm like, no way, it can't have only been 9 hours for what it produced. So.
And so what's funny is if 2 years ago, when we started talking about AI, I never would have imagined that I would be talking about AI in a wellness sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I have a question. So in the advent of, this is a pretty current event for the staff. Apart from getting you out the door earlier, what are the benefits are you finding from that time saving?
so I think there's the time saving piece, but I think what I see for myself, and I also see for our leadership team, is where it's not like, and I'm sure the caveat here of what I'm about to say is that at some point there probably will be jobs that won't exist because of AI. I mean, that is just going to be what it's going to be. And if there's certain types of research jobs or who knows what, they're going to be out there. For us as leaders, though, what it has done is it allows us to spend time on the things that take a human being. We're actually spending time on the right things. And so, you know, a lot of time gets spent, you know, I look at like, you know, the conversation Rocco and I had about the presentation he put together, the stuff that we did this morning and everything else. We would have spent a whole bunch of time coming up with certain things. But we actually are able to spend human time with each other, coming up with better ideas and not getting stuck in sort of plug and chug of just producing things. You know, same thing with like surveys. You know, I'm going to share a survey with you in a little bit here that's just a draft at this point. Putting together a very complicated adaptive survey for a customer satisfaction survey. AI is helping me do that way faster. So then I can actually, you know, go and do job shadows with staff members and do things that I wouldn't otherwise get to do.
But actually change the culture.
That actually change the culture.
And I was very worried about that survey because I was trying to think about how I was going to take his idea and put it into a survey, and I had no clue how that kind of a survey works. I've never done one, so I was kind of stressing, like, I'm not sure how to do this. I'm gonna have to train myself to figure this out. And then he was like, oh, I got AI and we did this whole thing, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
shoot. I didn't have to do that. I didn't need to stress about it.
I'm about 6 hours into that survey development with that, but
Yeah.
work on it. I mean, again, it's probably weeks worth of work, so yeah, it's pretty interesting.
I'll say also it's improved the quality of the work that we are.
Oh, yeah,
It's, things are more accurate,
Yeah.
you know, even if we're doing things on our own, having AI to double check it for us has been game changing on the accuracy of the information we're putting out and the quantity too,
Yeah.
where we're wanting, able to get so much more done.
Yeah.
So does
Right.
does the organization have certain AI platforms that people have access to, or how is that?
We've got a few different things, Tim. I don't even want to talk
So
about
we
that.
have Google Gemini and Google and Notebook LM, which is also a Google product. So those are an agency standard for now, because the agreements are in place for the Google products to be FERPA and HIPAA compliant. Those are not in place with some of the other AI tools. So we are working with ChatGPT has just recently released a education version, so we're talking to them. And we're talking to Amazon as well about being able to build one that will be FERPA compliant and HIPAA compliant for our agency, that allows us to train it on our data, our policies, the communities we serve, things like that. So when we talk, it automatically looks at it in terms of our agency rather than the whole world. So there's tools that are safe to use now, and we're trying to think long-term on what would end up being best for the agency overall.
Great.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So other wellness accomplishments, last spring, we gave more vacation time and greater flexibility to 260-day employees. Those are our full-time, full year-round employees. This is what I, in my own language, I think I read it somewhere, but I don't remember where. In terms of macro wellness versus micro wellness activities, you know, we do micro wellness things like taking a walk around the block, or, you know, getting a chance to breathe outside air during the workday, that sort of thing. But the macro wellness is people need to go on vacation. People need to like leave the work for a while. And we had people that weren't using all their vacation time, and then they would lose it because we wouldn't allow them to carry it over. So we've changed the structure so people can carry over up to 200 vacation hours. They can actually save up to that point. We're doing a monthly accrual. We also gave more vacation time because there's just that idea that why should someone have to work here for 10 years before they get the maximum amount of vacation time? It's, you know, we hire a lot of experienced people, and
So we also upped the entry level vacation, because it was.
oh yeah,
It was kind of.
it was a bit, yeah.
You'd have to be here almost 3 years to have been able to take a decent vacation.
These are the kind of things that honestly our staff that have worked here for a long time were kind of about fell out of their chairs where, hey, we want to talk about this at classified council. We'd like to give you more time. Wait, what? What? What are the administrators talking about? The next one falls into that category too, and we did this just as a, and honestly, this is part of the autonomy. So this organization, for a long time had this practice called the 59-minute rule before holiday breaks and holiday weekends, where, you know, somebody from cabinet would have to initiate the 59-minute rule. You could leave 59 minutes early on a Friday before winter break or something. And talk about a way that just shows again how we just track every little minute, like 59 minutes, come on, you know.
Well, and it would be announced like the morning of.
Yeah.
So you couldn't plan ahead for
You
it.
couldn't plan ahead or anything. And so, because we wanted to combat this idea that we're all just like punching a time clock and everything, we want people's best work. We had quite a bit of conversation about this as an executive team, say like, let's get rid of the 59. Or let's give autonomy to individual administrators to say, you know what, you've killed it this week. You've had all these things, like it's Friday afternoon at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, like it's nice out. You're not gonna get any more work done from now until 5, like go home, you know, like have that kind of flexibility. And then it built into, well, if we're gonna give away some time for people's wellness, well, it needs to be at least a chunk of time that people are gonna go, ooh, that's cool. So we started giving the 4-hour gift of time in December. And programs get to decide when they want to use that and tell their staff, like, take a half day off. You don't input it as personal time or vacation time or anything like that. It's a half day gift. Yeah, so that's something we did. The winter in-service incorporating wellness, we, as you heard about in a report recently, the little mini conference that we did had a lot of wellness things in it. And I think the staff really liked it. The survey kind of showed that, which is really cool. The next one, there's been a Funshine committee in one of our programs for many years where they would do fun activities. But they gradually, and this is where the culture and leadership allowing things to happen and sort of grow organically, that group gradually has reached out to other programs, and pretty soon they're basically the Funshine committee for the whole organization now. They're saying like, hey, we're going to have this bowling thing. Hey, we're going to do this. Does anybody want to do this? And it's just showed the people inside the organization that we're open to caring about you as people. And then there's just the small gestures. I had to throw the organizing yoga in there, you know, which we do have, but
And Pilates.
and Pilates. Yeah, there you
There's
go.
a Facebook group of staff that go to it. and
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
And it's offered at the coast and here. so
Yep,
it's For
absolutely.
both staff that are also at the coast every day. It's offered there.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I went a lot last year and I haven't gone a single time this year. I need to go. So those are the wellness things. The other things that I wanted to share with you, just again, so we can have just some organic conversation around and questions, are some of the entrepreneurial ventures. And so I'm going to share a few things and then have those of our team here jump in and share some more stuff. So synergy growth. We actually have a pilot going with Lebanon. And recently, and this pilot's going really pretty well with the Lebanon School District, around a particular module, creating a module within Synergy that has potential national impact, because Synergy as a company is saying, hey, this is really cool. Would you guys be willing to, you know, sort of grow this bigger than that? So I want Tim to talk a little bit about that, because I think this is a huge win.
Yeah, absolutely. So during the pandemic and every school district just about, they got a learning management system. So these are things like Blackboard, Canvas, where the teacher can put the assignments in there and then the kids can go online and check that out. So it is a very, very big problem and a very big hard thing to do to get them to talk to the Synergy Gradebook. And part of the reason for that is because Synergy has a module that does the same thing. Synergy has very few customers at all for that service because they released it in 2023 after someone had already picked a vendor for it. So the vendors that a lot of districts are using are pretty expensive. And in most cases, they're paying usually between $8 and $15 per student for the learning management system. And working with Synergy, the cost goes down to about $2 per student. And it naturally ties in with the system. So what we've done is we have started piloting it at free of cost for the school district. And we're getting it free of cost because we are giving them feedback on the things that needed to be improved. And helping them come up with an implementation plan for districts who are already on campus. So we have gone in and written code to help take all the data that's in Canvas and move it over to the Synergy LMS. So that way, it's a pretty seamless transition for anybody who wants to move over. And so they're hoping that we can not only start offering this to all the districts we serve, but then also offer our implementation services to other districts that need it, that want to come over. So it's a pretty handy partnership where we can get something back from our vendors to give to our 12 districts. And that way we provide a service to them as well.
And in terms of growth, these LMS things are not specific to a state. And so if Synergy knows that we have an implementation way of doing this and is working with some client in another state or many clients in other states to say, actually, here's the ESD that can help you with it. We actually have the potential of bringing in clients from all over the country for this. And so as we think about entrepreneurial growth, that's a really great thing for us right now. So thank you, Tim. The next one, I talked a little bit about the cybersecurity tabletops already. Tim secured, it's actually, well, it's federal grant funding that's through the state, right? That they got a federal grant and basically are trying to figure out how to spend it. They haven't been able to figure out how to spend it and they're back paying us.
I was like, I know how to spend money, so.
Yeah, so, and our, tabletop events that Tim and the team have done have been phenomenal. They're so good, which is why I think the state organization said, hey, we were supposed to do this as part of our grant. Can you just do it for us and we pay you? So Tim's like, yes, you can do that. I talked about the Central Lynn pilot already. This is Nathan working on creating some branding work and community involvement work with Central Lynn. Central Lynn, just a back piece here, over the course of just a few years, 2 or 3 years, lost quite a few students. I want to say they're down more than 100 students.
Wow.
Which for a district that goes from, 650 to 550, that's a significant budget reduction. And the interim superintendent that's there, when I was talking with him this summer and just, getting to know him and everything, just brought up, like, my main goal is enrollment. And I was like, well, if your goal is enrollment, then you need to figure out how to share with the community what's going well and what your brand is. And this is where my own learning that's very different from my background as an educator, start thinking more like a business person. It's like, oh, what's the brand? How do we market and everything else? And I said, I have somebody that would be great to talk to. And so this is a strategic investment for us. Is Nathan is doing this for Central Lynn for free. This is probably at some point going to be $25,000 to $75,000 per district sort of service to be able to put together branding plan and everything. And it very well could be that as we build our marketing department, that we can do more of these types of things. So we're trying it out. The next one is another one. This is Nathan. He actually has a lot of experience in printing and materials and everything else. This is one where he wants me to keep my mouth shut And not to say too much to too many people, because he's built the platform through. I don't know what the cost, but a lot of businesses use it. I think it's Shopify. Is that right, Tim? Yeah, Shopify, yeah. So he has a way to sell, like do print, on-demand printing and things like that for like banners and all kinds of different stuff. He's tested out his Shopify site, by doing about $5,000 worth of business. So he's made $5,000 in profit by doing a few printing things with clients that he used to know that have reached out to just him personally to say, hey, are you still doing like print stuff? And he says, well, no, not really, but yeah, I'll do it. And so, like if you go to Hoodoo,
Exactly.
I was gonna say, if you go to Hoodoo and you see any of the marketing materials up at Hoodoo ski area, all of that was done by Nathan. And yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Or he did this one too, I think.
Absolutely. So he's
How does that
getting,
fit into the ESD? I'm not, I
so where it fits is that ESDs historically have actually had printing things and print shops and whatnot. It's just a different iteration of providing something at scale.
Okay.
That allows for school districts to actually pay less. You think about the typical high school that will have banners and have stuff for graduation and all of the things that they'll go to Staples and they'll spend thousands of dollars. I bet Eddie's seen a bunch of those things.
Yeah, and we,
Thousands and thousands of dollars, and Nathan can do it for less. Because of he actually has contacts, and now we have contacts for things at like more wholesale type of costs, and so. I
And
think that's what.
he encourages those customers that are reaching out to him that all the profits then go back to the kids.
Exactly.
It's going
Yeah.
back, so yeah, you could pay Staples or somebody, or you could pay us, and the money will go back to the kids in our districts.
Yep.
and one thing we've found too is that no one will say education has too much money. So
Yeah.
we're constantly looking for avenues where we can
Yeah.
find money elsewhere and then roll it back
Yeah.
to our districts.
So we're not necessarily like going to just do any business that doesn't fit the needs of school districts and everything, but if there's things that we can do in an entrepreneurial way. That can serve the needs of our school districts in some way, and generate revenue that. Will cushion the ups and downs of state revenue, that's kind of what we're looking at.
Well, I don't think school districts, using whatever business opportunity that the ESD has is going to probably grow that business enough, to continue providing things at a lower cost. So I love the idea that you open it up to the outside world. It's a ski place.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna be big business. Now we can make our operation bigger or more efficient, which is only going to make it more affordable for when the district reaches out and says, I need a banner, I need 5,000 water bottles, I need
Yeah.
whatever it may be.
Absolutely.
So I like that I think it's incredible that you have a team around you that supports that, because as soon as you mention a company name, Rocco goes, yep, that was the one. As in, your business director supports the efforts that technology department is trying, like, that's incredible, because
Yeah.
far too often a department will stand in the way of progress.
Yep.
Because they don't know enough about it. That's not the way we've always done it.
Mhm.
We don't know if there's any risk with that. But to have a team that says it's new, but I'm gonna learn about it to help you make sure that we can have it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then one of the things we looked at too is there are roughly 200 school districts in the state of Oregon. My technology team already works with us in one fashion or another. When it comes to special districts like fire districts, water districts, and cities and counties, there's another 1,300 organizations that we can work with. And it just opens up that doorway so wide for us to really just do great things for kids.
Yeah.
It's cool. Before
So,
Jason hits
yeah.
the last one
Yeah.
here as well. One of the big things that I want to highlight here, one of the most important things we've actually done is gone through our portfolio and got rid of things that don't make sense anymore. So Tim and I have fought for years, not with each other, but with the organization as a whole. We've had lots of little things that the ESD has gotten in the middle of over the years, where we would be spending a half a person's time managing a software package that we're selling for a sum total of $20,000 to 10 districts, and just exiting all of those things because they eat up staff time. And it's freeing up the resources to be able to do this sort of thing.
And one thing we found too is that sometimes with us being in the middle, the districts were paying more than if they would have went direct to the vendor themselves. And so we found all of those as well. And we're like, we're not doing this anymore. Let's help you talk through a contract with the vendor so that you can get a cheaper service.
Yeah. So all of this, I just want you to be aware of the things that we've been working on. And then something that you're going to see here in terms of a position, if you look at our website ever and you see positions that get posted, especially in light of the challenging budget times that a lot of our school districts are in, and wonder, so you have the story, wonder like, what on earth is LBL doing that they're posting a job for a sales and account manager position? It's because the reality is that all of these business opportunities, these entrepreneurial opportunities, can only go so far with Tim and Rocco and Nathan. We actually need somebody that is being an account rep and a salesperson. And if we do that, we can actually bring in more revenue and, perform better. But this is very different from what is typical.
Right
And
now,
so-
I'm the salesperson, so I funnel that as much as possible and slow it down. Because I have another full-time job besides doing sales, so. Yeah, we have right now, especially for our cybersecurity service. We have districts lined up for months that are waiting to talk to us. We have meetings set, and we would be able to do those a lot quicker and get a lot more people through the client pipeline if we have a salesperson on staff.
And interesting enough, probably roughly more than half of those people that are in the pipeline are actually not education entities. They're other entities that want cybersecurity services, but they're happy to keep the public dollars in the public sector and have them build food to kids instead of some big business.
Or the bigger stewardship of something that is very dangerous to our public sector.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm impressed by this because after being at the ESA conference, to see so many states and ESA states that are completely self-funded through entrepreneurial ventures, that they have to be viable that way. I
Yeah,
feel like we jumped pretty high in the curve.
that's it. I mean, that is really the thing that I think, as several of us have gone to that conference and thought about these things and knowing that it's in statute that we can be entrepreneurial. And we just haven't. We have in some ways that, like Tim talks about, like we work with 100 districts in technology. I mean, we've been entrepreneurial in the past, but it's more like entrepreneurial with a little e, and sort of like accidentally entrepreneurial, versus being strategic about it. So that's just updates that I wanted everybody to be aware of and some of the things that we're working on. So questions about any of that? Before we take a break, we're actually at a break point here in just a second.
Two hopefully quick thoughts on it.
Yeah.
It can be information to come later. One, as someone who wants to be your biggest advocate, where would we be able to find what services you're selling? Is that to come when you get a salesperson? Like, how would I have known to say, hey, if you need that printed, your Point of View Elementary School, consider going to the ESD? Like, is it all on our website? And I admit I haven't.
It's not all on there, and so that is going to be kind of the next, like, which is why we wanted to be really careful. And like the printing business is a good example. Nathan is kind of looking at, can we get somebody that can help him with some of like the clerical pieces? Because he said, he's like, oh, I could turn $250,000 worth of profit in something like that, but then that would be what he's doing. And that's not the best use of this time. So it's like, how do we develop capacity? Once we have that, we will put things on the website and then we can have a response to that. So that's a good question.
And the last question is definitely probably to come at a later time, but really, and maybe it's just me learning more about the organization, but at the end of the day, you making the $250,000 on this print. How do our kids in Lincoln County School District? Where are what are the ways that I can directly see the benefit to that?
So I'm gonna give you two ways. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we've talked about and how we could flow those dollars through. I'm gonna give you two examples, not necessarily that these are the end all be all, or this is exactly what we do, but there's two ways that would be really easy mechanisms. Number one, we already, through various grants and whatnot, provide discounts for service for like family support liaisons, which are like social workers, behavior support specialists. We provide discounts because we get grants. This last spring, when we went through the planning, and then Nancy talked about this with districts this fall, some of those grants are starting to run dry. And we actually honored the discounts for family support liaisons this year, out of our profits, so to speak, or our revenue. We're paying for them. Like school districts, we're told that, we're still gonna give you that discount, and it's not insignificant. We're talking about like 1 day a week of person for free. And so,
And if they're good,
and if they're really good, you get a lot more than exactly. And so those discounts that have been covered by grants in the past, we can cover with other revenue stream that way. So there's things like that where we can just start providing service to say like, hey, instead of this, here's what tier 1 pays for. And then here's what our revenue stream pays for that is like truly benevolent from the ESD to school districts. Because we're successful with our entrepreneurial things. So that's one way of doing it. The second way to do it is honestly a really, it's an easy sort of mechanism, but I'm not sure it's the right mechanism. And Rocco, if he was sitting close to me, might kick me under the table. He knows what I'm going to say with this, but it's a mechanism that we could utilize. Is you could actually change the indirect rate that we charge on various things. So we charge an indirect rate that brings money for us to run this organization. So if we think about it, like the 105 budget that pays for my salary is paid for out of the 10% of funding that comes from the state, that we carve off 10% of the funding, 90% has to go to school districts. And it's also covered from indirect fees, grants and other things. If we have revenue where we can say, we don't actually need to charge a 9% indirect rate. We could charge a 7% indirect rate. We're essentially helping subsidize services to kids. And that could be for grants, that could be for EIECSE kids. And now there's more money that goes directly to kids instead of an indirect rate. There's different ways of doing it, and that's kind of where, like Rock and I've had these conversations about. I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say the third way that it actually comes in is in terms of quality of bench strength. Right, so it, for what we're doing for cyber, for the number of districts we have right now. If you take that and you put it this big, we add 2 tiers of cybersecurity specialists to it on there. So you are drawing from a much more robust, much deeper bench. It provides, stronger service on there. It provides more stability in the service. So you would see it move through in that manner as well. But Jason hit it on the head as far as the 2 direct mechanisms to get money back to children on there. Yeah. Those are the 2 easy ones.
These are great talking points and great, like at some point, maybe that's what I guess I'm gonna ask for, is at some point when this gets more developed, is some talking points. I so badly wanna say, hey, did your preschooler walk into this beautiful early childhood center, and how could we have something that amazing in the community? Well, because of the dollars that the ESD makes off of, we have this in our community. Like, this is why it was worth us selling print jobs or cybersecurity to the fire district or whatever.
Absolutely. And I think that's where and we're in this sort of phase of, we're in this build phase of building a market and everything else, but, you know, what we've seen in some of the things that we've worked through so far is that there will be people in school districts initially that'll be like, what are you doing? You know, like, I mean, this is not, you shouldn't be doing this, and we're not gonna support this. This is not about, you know, business. This is about serving kids and everything else. And even our own staff, sometimes the people that are on the education side of things, like, this is not who the ESD is. And sometimes our own staff members don't realize that half of the organization are not educators. We have about a 50-50 split. About half of them are educators and the other half are not educators. When we look at our staff makeup here. And as soon as the educators in the school district realize that, hey, if we're successful at this, you're going to benefit. You know, even our own staff, you know, like, we can't afford enough OTs and PTs with the state funding that comes through. If we're like, you know what? We need to actually add 2 more PTs and 1 more OT to actually have the robust service like that Rocco talked about. We're going to do that, and we're gonna pay for it, and we don't care what the amount of money coming from the state is, because we have that. Then I think we will see people that will go, hey,
Yeah.
that's really great. Yes, you should do more entrepreneurial things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's what.
Like you were pointing out, I mean, you're ready to jump on this because you understand that school districts are going to pay for printing materials anyway. They're gonna pay for cybersecurity. They're gonna need more branding, especially as people can make choices to go to virtual schools and stuff like that. So it's not like it's going against what the.
Exactly.
It's not that far fetched.
Yeah, we're not competing. I mean, this is where, like, nothing that we will do, and this is one thing that you will never see from me or from our team. We're never gonna compete for school districts. First of all, this work is not the school, that's not the work the school district are doing anyway. So like, we're never gonna be taking away anything from the school districts. Like, it's only a value add. You know, and they are spending the money already.
That's
You
just
know, I mean,
it.
that's the
And if you
thing.
can cut the cost, I mean, I'm thinking of what we spent to make sure that we were communicating and doing our best to pass a bond.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And the consulting that we paid for to make sure that we were clearly communicating with voters, that we were
Yeah, think about the
transparent.
brand. you know, yeah.
All of that happened came at a cost.
Yep.
That'd
Absolutely.
be a real, yeah.
Yeah, like, if the ESD had a marketing department,
Yeah,
Even like on a small scale, from my point of view, the events that state puts on around cybersecurity, things like that, they get the word out about these events. When we do similar events and we get the word out, we use our marketing team properly, we do all those things. We have pulled in at our last event 10 times the amount of people that the state was able to pull in with all of their services. It's just doing things smartly, and like you said, a bond, that is a great example of where we can step in, we can help out. And we have someone on staff that can help, and we have the people who can carry it out, help get the word out there. And
that was the first thing I thought of when Central Lynn became your pilot, was how desperately they need to pass a bond. And they just don't have their community behind them. And so that was, I mean, what a perfect district for us to pilot with, because they need it so badly, and surely we've got something to offer.
yeah, absolutely.
And to go along with what Rocco said too, about building our bench deeper. This morning, Monroe's internet went out and they weren't sure why. That's because their tech person also does maintenance work and also drives the bus sometimes. And so I was able to send a team of people out there today to help them. Where if we weren't doing these entrepreneurial services and being able to build that bench, then I wouldn't have had the availability to do that.
Yeah, we already have, is it the biggest or is it the second biggest?
I think it's the second business behind
Northwest region.
Northwest region.
Yeah, so we,
saying something because they are.
Which is the
yeah,
Right?
yeah, so we have the second biggest technology team in the state for ESDs. And yeah, Northwest Regional has, I think it's almost 4 times the number of students that we.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3 or 4 times our size, and we're second by like 10%, you know, not by a magnitude.
Yeah, And so as we build these things, yeah, to be able to add and have even a deeper bench is going to be really huge. So, exciting stuff. Any other questions, or Miriam, Michael, any questions from you before, and then we're gonna take a 15-minute break here.
No, hey, this has been a great conversation. This is all that I want to hear about the organization. Thanks.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Miriam, how about you?
This is good information. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so let's take 15 and we're gonna come back at 2:30 and we'll dive into next stuff. How's that go? Was it a little like, well,
It's like,
It's like, okay, public agencies. But I mean, I'll look at and say, you know,
that's
we
cool.
actually don't, you know, have to have no records to get there. Guess what? Tim's salary that's currently over here, that it's gonna get paid for over next. Right, and so the that position will be,
It's also
you
crazy.
know, we have.
It's the 2nd of February and
There
it feels like the end of
down,
April.
not this profit came over here. Yeah, that's all kinds of red flags that have state levels on there that we don't want to be involved in, so we will still. In the background, be making those maneuvers, which is why it'll be more under the banner of, you know, our surpluses, which are and how many things, right? Yeah, so it's exciting.
Yeah, we checked the ORS, they won't let us make ourselves rich with this, so
Yeah, I know.
why not give it to kids?
Yeah, I know. Really disappointing. So you're like second option.
I guess the kids.
Yeah.
just gotta get out of that chair.
Yeah, as y'all can see, I'm not real good at
We're back in the next piece. All right, so Miriam and Michael, we're gonna get started here again. So if you take a look at your overall agenda, the next thing I have in the agenda is like next steps for strategic planning. I actually put time in there for that, thinking that we might need more time. However, I don't think that we need to go there based on what we talked about. And Denise, like I said, before you left, I can fill you in and we can get caught up during the one-on-one sometime. So, so what I'm gonna have us do next is actually on the agenda. There's this that was at 10:45 this morning. I had set aside some time. This kind of goes along with a little bit of visioning and thinking about just a reflection around leadership. And so I'm gonna put that into this piece here because I think that just wanted to be able to share a few thoughts with all of you and talk a little bit about how I think that our roles in leadership evolve over the years. And I think that there's some value in that, and have a little bit of a dialogue and let's see if that makes sense. So I'm going to share my screen again. Then go to, where we go. Okay, so this section here, superintendent leadership role reflection. So I really have just wanted to, like I said, just share a few thoughts. So I first started, and some of this is just us getting to know each other further, because one of the things that I know is a common thing with board and superintendent relationships is that when boards change and the superintendent's been there, the new board members didn't hire the superintendent, and you might not know as much about me. And so it's a little like, you know, an iterative process of getting to know each other a little bit. Because I think there's a lot of value that happens for board members that get a chance to hire a superintendent, because it's like there's this whole process, like you get to see their resume and who they're about and what their vision certain things is. And so I just wanted to be able to put that into the space and have a chance to know me a little bit better in that way. So I started in my first leadership position in 2004. I started my leadership career as an assistant principal at Memorial Middle School here in Albany. It happened to be my daughter, Bella, was born in April of that year. And then in basically August, actually the job posted in July. And I had actually finished my master's degree and my administrative license in 2002, but continued teaching. I was pretty young. I was 20.
You looked younger.
And I looked younger. Yeah, Lori actually knew me. I looked like I was about 22, maybe 20. And you know, getting your first administrative job, I was actually 29. And so I had no intention really of getting a leadership position. When I finished my master's degree in 2002, I felt like I needed to teach longer. But then the opportunity to be an assistant principal came along, and I thought, wow, I'm gonna take this opportunity, and it's been a great journey for me. Prior to that, and one of the things that I've shared, and I actually shared this with my daughter Bella last night on the phone. We spent about 2.5 hours talking on the phone last night, and she's doing all sorts of leadership things right now, and thinking about, you know, like her own trajectory of experiences and whatnot. And one of the things that as I've mentored administrators that have come from the classroom, like, oh, what do you do? Like, how do you become administrator, especially in your own school district? Get to, you know, have people get to know you and everything. And the piece of advice I'd given is start attending board meetings. So it was somebody gave me that advice, you know, when I was doing my master's degree in 2001. And I had never attended a board meeting up to that point. I was like, yeah, okay. So I went to a board meeting, and a lot of people were like, oh, board meetings are incredibly boring. Like, what are you gonna do at a board meeting? So I just, and Greater Albany had even a great opportunity because they did board meetings twice a month. So I went to a lot of board meetings. I actually didn't miss a board meeting for more than a decade. And I sat in the peanut gallery and I actually attribute it to me learning a lot about an organization. Also, just the networking, like I told Bella last night, you have to put yourself out there into networking opportunities. And so as a young teacher, sitting, correcting math papers and spelling papers and everything else, I actually would sit down, and then there would be other patrons from the community that would come and sit next to me like, well, what you doing? You correct? Well, I can help you with those. Can I correct some math papers? How about it? Here you go. And so I would show up to board meetings on a Monday night, and I would save a lot of my correcting because I had 6 or 7 people helping correct papers at the board meeting in the audience, which was great. But I met a lot of people that way. And the other part is it did put me into a spot where the superintendent knew who this was a school district that had 1,000 teachers. Superintendent knew who I was, the HR director knew who I was, the business director knew who I was. And so when a job got posted, I went from being this kid that everybody just looked at as a kid teacher to, okay, well, maybe he deserves a shot at a leadership position. And then my evolution as a result of the various experiences is really a collection of reading a lot of books, watching different things, going to trainings, going to conferences, learning from people that are far smarter than I am. I learned very quickly that you better make sure that you don't claim to be the smartest person in the room unless you're the smartest person in the room, because more often than not, there is somebody smarter. And so, really did a lot of learning and thinking about all of that. But I would say that I'm in a very different spot now. And primarily in 2 ways. One is I've always been a very calm person and was never rattled in the crisis sort of moments. I can handle that kind of stuff, and people always appreciated the calm that I would bring into a situation. But I was also very intense, and that didn't always help some of the relationships that I had with people. And that intensity, I think as you grow as a human being and as a leader, you realize, okay, these relationships matter, and your intensity needs to be checked along the way. The other thing that I think is very different, and I'm going to show a video here in a second of a conversation between one of the authors I really appreciate, his name's Simon Sinek, and somebody else that I haven't read his stuff, but I've watched some of his YouTube things, is that I went from this trajectory of being very ambitious, Lori knew me in this way when we were colleagues. Once I got involved in leadership things, I was always like, okay, well, that's great. I'm learning these things. What's next? And, I had the ambition, was probably about my 2nd year as being an assistant principal, where I'm like, I'm going to see if I can be superintendent someday. I had no idea how I would get there, but I'll just, keep working towards that. So I was assistant principal for 3 years. I was principal for 7 years. I had an opportunity to do something not a lot of people get to do. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done. Is I opened a new school where there's no institutional memory, and you figure everything out as you go.
All in gaps.
In what?
All in gaps.
In gaps. Yeah. Timber Ridge. So I was the first principal at Timber Ridge School. Yeah. Including being a part of the design process, the naming process. It was the first new school in Albany in 30+ years. And so being 32 years old and getting asked to do that was a big deal for me. It was really an honor. But then, I did that I was principal for 7 years, and then I went, and so that was basically 10 years of building administration, 6 years as a teacher. And I was like, okay, well, what's the next thing? I went to the district office for 3 years as a curriculum director, and I supervised principals. Lori and I actually worked together at offices right next to each other. She was the elementary curriculum director. I was the secondary curriculum director at the time. And then looked, beyond that, it's like, okay, well, I want to try this whole superintendent thing out. I went to the Dayton School District for 2 years as superintendent before I came here. And this is all just kind of a story that gets at like, what was the thing that changed? So the ambition piece always pushed me to the next thing. And in a lot of ways, I think I made good decisions for those moments. But I didn't have the wisdom that I think I have now, because I was making decisions what I thought were the right decisions for the kids and the community. And I think I did that to a large degree, but I also was making decisions for myself. And I think there's a difference there. Like I still was making decisions for me and my own ambition. Like, what's the right thing so that I can do the next thing, and that's very different for me. I think it kind of takes some vulnerability to share this all with you, because I'm in a very different spot. Like, I am not looking for the next thing. I'm right where I want to be. I'm right where I want to be for the rest of my career. The decisions I make now are completely benevolent for the organization. There's nothing about the decisions that I make that are for Jason Hay. It is about what we do for our school districts and our kids that we serve and everything else. It's really an interesting spot. And this next slide here, if I go, kind of gets at it, and you're going to see this in this conversation with Simon Sinek in a little bit, is that they're going to talk about humility. And one of the things that I have noticed in leadership over the years is that people really start to arrive as leaders when they understand their own ego. They can understand that, you can't do one of these jobs without having a healthy ego and knowing that, like, okay, I can do this, I can be, and this is really fun. And I can make decisions and everything else. And yet at the same time, the ego is what hurts people. I think that in order for somebody to be really successful, people need to get their ego under control, and they need to be humble, or they'll never form a team, and they'll never really have people that are willing to follow them and build the kind of sustainability that you hope for. And so that's something that has really shifted for me in the past years, as I've grown as a leader. And I look at the next piece there as something that I wrote, that, true service and leadership equals serving those who serve others. And I have a typo, but that you serve those who serve others, or you're serving those who serve others. I don't, just like in our John Williams example, I don't play in music in school. But my job is true service, in the sense that I'm going to serve our executive team so that they can serve their teams, so that we can serve school districts, so that the people, the staff that are working with kids can serve children. And I think when we do that really well, organizations are healthy, and we can approach things in a different way. So I'm going to have us watch the first, and so this will take me a second here, the first 6 minutes and 25 seconds of this conversation. How many people have read any of Simon Sinek's work? Yeah, so Simon Sinek wrote The Power of Why. He wrote Leaders Eat Last. That's actually one of my favorite books that he read. He he's a leadership consultant. He works with like Fortune 500 companies, CEOs and whatnot. And he's got this podcast called A Bit of Optimism. And it's really interesting to watch some of his things. It's a video podcast thing. And he's actually talking with this guy, Jocko Willink. And Jocko Willink is a former Navy SEAL. And when you see it, he looks like a former Navy SEAL, this really big dude. It's really interesting to like kind of hear them talk about these pieces. And so I'm going to show this first part, and then I need to write down 4021 as well.
Empower your students to be more authentic, impactful writers with Grammarly's comprehensive AI writing assistance.
There's no one that's an Ubermensch in the SEAL teams. And so I think that knowing that there's always someone better than you, and you're constantly trying to do your best. And if you're not trying to do your best, you're going to have problems. So I think that's
I love this.
Pretty normal.
I don't think it's pretty normal. If you've ever seen or heard Jocko Willink, you will know one thing about him. He is big and he is imposing. And if you know anything about me, I am neither big nor imposing, which is exactly why I invited him onto the podcast. It's because I like to learn from people who are nothing like me. Jocko is also a #1 New York Times bestselling author. He served 20 years in the military as a Navy SEAL, where he was the commander of Task Unit Bruiser, the most decorated special operations unit in the Iraq War. And so we sat down together to talk about leadership. Here's what I learned. What's made him such an effective and successful leader is actually his remarkable humility. This is a bit of optimism. You've made a career of sharing some of the lessons you've learned in the teams out to the outside world and helping people better lead. I'm curious what you've learned since you left the Navy that you wish the SEALs had that you've only learned in the outside world. I'm curious if anything tracks back.
I was literally completely institutionalized. I enlisted in the Navy at 18 years old and went straight in. So when I got out, I had no concept of what the outside world was like. Mm-hmm. When people ask me that question, it really is the fact that when I got out and I started working with civilian companies, the fact that every facet of leadership inside the SEAL teams translated directly to a sales organization or a construction site or wherever, that was the biggest lesson that I learned was, that human beings are human beings, and leading human beings, regardless of the outcome that you're looking for, regardless of the mission that you're on, the human beings are going to be human beings. And that was the I guess the biggest epiphany for me. But I haven't experienced anything where I've said, oh wow, that's radically different from leading people in the SEAL teams. And I'll give you one quick example. When you're in the SEAL teams, people think, oh well, if someone doesn't meet the standard or someone's not performing well, you just get rid of them. And when I was in the SEAL teams, I knew that wasn't true. Guess what you have to do? If someone's not performing, you've got to do paperwork on them. You've got to write them up. You've got to counsel them. You've got to set them before a board. And even then they might get recycled. And so it's actually very difficult to fire people. Well, when I was in the Navy, I thought in the civilian sector, if someone's not doing what you tell them to do, you just fire them. And as soon as I got out, I realized, oh no, you've got to do paperwork. You've got to go to HR. And so
it also depends on the company.
it does, but for the most part, you're going to, and it depends, if somebody makes a grievous error in the SEAL teams,
of course,
you can get rid of that person immediately.
Of course.
And I've done that before, but for the most part, they're a lot more similar than they are unsimilar. And that was really, again, if I had some, huge lesson that, in the civilian sector, you've got to treat people this way.
Yeah.
No. Or in the civilian sector, they make better progress when they do X. No.
Yeah.
It's crazy how much it all truly lines up.
I've learned a little bit hanging out with folks in uniform that I've been able to translate and bring to the civilian world as well. Your knowledge is obviously vastly deeper. You entered an entirely new culture where, you had to learn business. How old were you when you left the Navy?
30, just turned 39.
Okay, so hitting 40, right? Hitting baby middle age. coming out at 40, you're now, I'm going to learn business, right? There are people with 20 years head start,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so you're learning on the fly and you're still learning. I'm curious who your worthy rivals are. Who are you looking at in the space that you're at? And you're like, they're so good and I need to learn that. You know, I always love high performers and how they view the others in their arena to push them to be better. Who are the pacing forces for you?
When you talk about, you know, looking at other people and seeing them either as competitors or worthy rivals, right? Honestly, I don't know if I just
it doesn't even make sense.
It's hard for me to relate to that.
Well, then how do you know where you're falling short?
Well, part of the reason is because I think when I see someone that's doing something really well, I don't think, oh, how can I take their job?
No, of course.
I think that's cool what they're doing. Are there any gaps that I could fill? You know, it's a story that I was on my last deployment and this Army group came in and they had really good capabilities. And one of my platoon commanders said, you know, hey, these guys, they've got these capabilities. They might take our job. And I said, well, do you think they might be better than you? And he goes, well, they might be better at that job.
And they should have the job.
And I said, let them have the job and I'll find you something else to do.
And I guess I'm curious, like, how do you know where you need to do work on yourself? And maybe it's not worthy rival. You know, take the question a completely different direction. How do you know what areas of your own work, personality, leadership capability need a little tweak or a little...
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, that's
maybe it's
real easy to answer.
Okay.
Like everywhere. you know, I mean, I think that's another thing is when I wake up in the morning and look around the world, I'm not thinking, oh, I'm here. Oh, there's someone that's better than me at that. I think everyone's doing stuff that's better than me. I wish I was a better writer. I wish I was a better speaker. I wish I was better at social media. I wish I was better at, you know, like everything that I look at, I wish I could do a better job at.
Yeah.
And, you know, everything from doing jujitsu, I train jujitsu all the time.
Yeah.
And I get beat all the time.
Yeah.
And I want to get better at it. But the running joke in my family is with my wife, you know, for the past 20 years, she said to me, what's your New Year's resolution this year? And I say, I want to get better at jujitsu and surf more. And I've been saying that for 20 years and it's still true. I want to get better at jujitsu. I don't want to surf more. But that's kind of the way I feel about everything. I don't feel like I'm really that good at anything.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I constantly have to try and get better. I think that the attitude of, hey, I'm not that good at anything, which is the way I grew up, has stayed with me. I'm not that good at anything. And so I got to wake up every day and work hard to be able to do what I do.
There's a humility in the military that is looked well upon, which doesn't really do very well in business. I know a lot of guys who are freaking amazing, like phenomenal warriors, phenomenal leaders, just phenomenal human beings, and they enter the private sector. I've seen it happen so many times, and I make some introductions for them, and I call the folks, I'm like, so what'd you think? Right? Freaking badass, right? Phenomenal, right? And they're like, I don't know. It seems like he's a little lost. I don't know. I'm like, lost? He's one of the most focused guys I know. And it's not because they're lost. It's because they're so like, you know, it's not me, it's my team. And, you know, I can't really take credit for anything. And the business world's like, what? And it's sort of that slight modulation that they have to sort of amp up the ego a little bit just for the business world. And I think this is a really important thing that you're touching on, which is you don't think you're great at everything. You don't think you're great at anything. And it's that belief that actually makes you such a high performer. And I think when people lose sight of that they think they're great at something, that's when that ego, you know, and because you come in, I mean, you, like I said, you're a force of nature. And I think what people miss is that how you actually view your day to day is actually more human. If they copy the picture of Jocko, it won't work. It's this that I find really beautiful about you.
Pause for a second. So this is where it really resonates for me when I think about, it's like, okay, you know, like how do you learn from other people that are better than you? I'm going to fast forward it, and this is a link that I'll share with you. So if you want to watch the whole thing, it's really quite good. But for sake of time, I'm gonna move it to 40. Oh, last part of it.
Just was watching going, yeah, this is as good as it gets.
That's great. Give me an early specific happy childhood memory. Specific that I can relive with you.
I got one for you.
Okay.
And I was playing soccer.
This is specific?
Yep, this is specific. I was playing soccer and my dad was coaching the game. Somebody kicked a ball and he hit me in the face and my nose started bleeding. And so there's blood going everywhere. And my dad just left me in the game, like no factor, keep playing. And I just remember thinking, all right, that's how we roll.
And what was it about that of all the memories you had in your normal childhood, what was it about that memory that makes you smile and want to tell me now?
I think it was a little foreshadowing of just, you know, hey, I'm going to keep going.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep going regardless of what happens.
So you do realize those two stories you told me are exactly the same story, right? Except in the combat story, you were your dad, which is you just trusted that if they were in aching or if they weren't, whatever was going on,
they're going to keep going.
That they had the wherewithal to just keep going for the team.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad sat on the sideline and just said, all right, whatever, look at this beautiful teamwork. Keep going. And for that brief second in that mission that you were your dad.
Interesting. Yeah.
That you had built your team. In this case, your dad had built up you and the rest of the team, because it was also the team, not just you, that he didn't need to pull you out. He could just sit back and trust that the work that he had done was working. It's the exact same story.
Interesting.
I think what it captures is the joy of leadership, the joy of parenting, the joy of all of these things that a good leader works tirelessly on the individuals and the relationships and making it all work. But at some point, you know it works not because the numbers show that it works, because the numbers can lie, but you get that weird sit back moment and just smile to yourself. You know, those moments of it, all the sacrifices, all the stress was worth it. And that's why we do it, for those unexpected glimmers. You don't know when they're going. You had no idea that in the middle of a frickin' war zone that would be the moment that you'd find out. Your dad had no idea that it was when his kid got hit in the face with a ball that was the moment. He'd be like, it's all working. You know, people work so hard for the dopamine hit to know that they found something or achieved something. And good leaders work for the serotonin and the oxytocin hit. That's what that is. That's pride. And much harder to get than a dopamine hit. A lot more work than a dopamine hit. Dopamine hits are freaking easy.
Yeah.
You know, write a goal.
You got one in your pocket.
Figure out a plan. You know, there you go. Dopamine. And we've built all these incentive structures around dopamine hits, which is the problem. But the reality is we need more incentive structures around serotonin hits, which are really hard and require so much damn work. But when you get it, ain't no better feeling.
Yeah. No, there's no doubt about that.
And that's what I love about these things. Jocko, it's such a pleasure to meet you, finally.
So what hit you? What resonated for you listening to the two of them talk?
One of the things I thought about, I guess that made me reflect a little bit on culture. I remember when I first came to the US and I was talking to some friends who were international students as well, you know, and they were sharing that what they learned about being in the US is it's about you. You know, so kind of like what, it's about you, because as international students, we tend to be like, no, it's not me. You know, it's all these other factors. Or we would say, you know, like you're always still learning, right? So even when you go to school back home, like nobody gets 100%. You know, whereas here, they're like, yeah, But there is this thing like, well, if you were getting 100%, like, why are you still in school?
Yeah.
Right?
Like,
Yeah, but
You don't
I,
have anywhere else to go? Yeah.
it's always that, no, but you're still learning, you're still growing, you
Yeah,
know?
totally.
And I think that's what I heard too, you know, like,
Yeah.
we're still.
Absolutely, yeah. There's thoughts, so there's things that.
If you think about pivotal moments in my life that what you said, you helped me put words on this, try to write it down. Denise, that those moments brought me from being self-centered to other-centered or more globally centered. And there've been two giant intersections in my life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of the soccer story that made me think about how conditioned we are. And I guess in a positive way, and what he learned of that soccer lesson to what he ended up doing in the service, and just that condition and then I guess when I think about those that are conditioned in a way that's not so positive, how to change that is, I guess what I found myself drifting off thinking about, our kids, our families that are not such a great cycle.
Yeah, absolutely.
About moments in my career where I had that serotonin hit, whether it was in the classroom or in leadership. And where it was like, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be. It's a great feeling.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's where in coming across, and I just regularly like to listen to Simon Sinek stuff, and so like thinking about my own leadership and reflecting, going back to this podcast I had listened to, and that was one of the quotes, and I'll read it again. So what Simon Sinek talked about says, the joy of leadership, the joy of parenting, the joy of all these things. A good leader works tirelessly on the individuals and the relationships and making it all work. But at some point, it works, not because the numbers show that it works, because numbers can lie, but you get that weird sit back moment and just smile to yourself. Those moments where all those sacrifices and stress was worth it. That's why we do it. People work so hard for the dopamine hit to know what they've found something or achieved something. And good leaders work for the serotonin, oxytocin hit. That's what it is. That's pride. And that's much harder to get than the dopamine hit. A lot more work than the dopamine hit. That's even, there you go, dopamine. And I don't know, like it almost brings tears to my eyes thinking about my own development as a leader, where there was those times where it was like, I was searching for the dopamine hit and that felt good. But all of a sudden you have those moments, like I can think about those moments in my career where the serotonin hit was so powerful. It's like, yeah, this is why I'm doing this. This is the impact that's there. And realizing that at this point in my career, there's a lot more serotonin hits because I'm not even seeking the dopamine hit the same way. And like you said, Bill, it's like thinking about what, how we serve and how we enter into space. Yeah. Other thoughts that come to mind in any of this, because partly what I wanted to do with this is for you to hear a little bit of my story, but also for all of us to think about, because we're all leaders in this room and online, with Miriam and Michael as well, like all of us are leaders, and like, what is our why? What are we doing? How do we go about it matters, in terms of the impact that we. Other thoughts, other things that struck you in watching them?
I got the quest. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I very simply, that is a great phrase, the serotonin hit versus the always seeking dopamine hit. That really rang true to me, and I'm probably going to use that phrase going forward, because I see it all the time, and I see it in education with those successes of kids that fall into that serotonin hit idea. And thank you. That was great. I love it.
Yeah, you're
I think
welcome.
there's many uses. Yeah, many uses.
Yeah, it's about service, like it's about other people. It's not about us. Which I think is a big shift. You know, like how do we, pull ourselves out of this? It's not about our ego, it's not about what we're doing, it's not about what attention we get. It's about what we do for others.
My big humility and truth came and so early in my education was, and I'll second where I said, oh, it's spiritual, but community can only be built by seekers of the truth, not possessors of the truth. And, and I keep looking for that truth in other people.
Yeah, I like that. It's really good.
I appreciated the question about early childhood memory, and I think for me, it's the question itself, like asking you to think about that. I mean, his answer wasn't necessarily one that I thought about like with a lot of pleasure, right?
Yeah.
But it was what he took from it, right? That was for him, he read that as being that was helpful later in life. But when I had the question, I actually thought about, like what came to my mind when I thought about the early childhood memory, and it was my mom who had never, like my mom didn't finish high school. She never graduated from high school. But she was pretty sure that I would, that I would have like higher degrees and all of that. And then she didn't know how, right? Like there were no plans of how that would happen, but she was pretty confident that was gonna happen.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
And so what was the experience that made you aware of it?
So we went to the doctor's office, and the doctor was a good family friend, and at the time I wanted to be a doctor, right? And she was asked, how old was I? Gosh, I must have been like preteen, so 12, 11, somewhere there. And she was asking the doctor about his stethoscope and how much do those things cost? Because she was thinking about, like looking into the cost of that and, and I was only whatever age, she and the doctor were having this conversation about schooling and da. And my mom, honestly, like, yeah, she didn't even know what it really would take for us to graduate from high school, much less thinking about us getting
An advanced degree.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? Marion, Abe, anybody else? Didn't get a chance to put out of the space?
It was hard for me to see the video. One, because I kept like pausing. So if it's possible to get that link emailed to me so I can watch it again later.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can do that. Well, I really appreciate all of you just hearing me out and giving me a chance to share a little bit of my thoughts about leadership. And it is just when I think about and it's actually during the more challenging times that I find myself being incredibly grateful for this experience and this opportunity to be superintendent here. And just being able to see that, like, okay, I can positively impact people that can positively impact our school districts and children and all the specialties and everything else that I know that I've talked about in these Pearl before. And there's such power in that kind of service And it's a really neat spot to be in, and so appreciate getting to reflect on that. So looking at our agenda, we've done really well. We're actually at a spot where I think we're, oh my gosh, it's 3:10. It's like right with the agenda and everything. Oh, holy moly, how did that happen? You know, this is where like I've planned things like how long are these going to take, and you know. So the spot that we're at is thinking about board professional development. And I'm going to turn this over to Amy in a second, but I just the information regarding this, I just wanted to say a couple of things and then I'll turn it over to Amy. I know that following the conference in Colorado that some of us went to, there were some conversations and sort of musings about things as it related to professional development. And then I shared, you know, some thoughts because what I want to do in my leadership with all of you in terms of sharing information is if I'm sharing information with some of you or even one or two of you, that I'm going to also share that with the rest of the board so that you know, there's openness in that. And so the couple of emails that I shared, those are just my thoughts. They're not anywhere where I'm trying to lead the board in any particular direction with that. There is no, I want you to know there's no particular judgment about you know, anyone's decisions or behavior regarding attending conferences or anything like that. I actually think that it's really great for you to have professional development opportunities and attend conferences, particularly when you're a new board member, to be able to really learn what this is all about and everything. And so that's really what is in the interest of that kind of transparency. And then the last piece is just an interest in wanting to give you all good perspective and, you know, not necessarily advice, but just a different viewpoint, perhaps, that as we think about how we have expenditures, because how we spend money is what values we convey along the times. And I certainly and I think I said this in one of the emails, in my role, I'm very cognizant about the things that I attend and how I enter into those, because I would not ever want to be one of those leaders that's kind of obtuse and doesn't, you know, like realize that here I'm getting this opportunity and a staff member might not be, and what that looks like. And it really comes from, and this is the last story that I'll share, so I'll turn it over to Amy here, but it comes from, and I think about my own like childhood experiences, and one of the things that like really I remember very well that's played in for my leadership a lot. And there's actually a story that Simon Sinek, a different one of his videos that he tells, is that my parents on a regular basis, and they were very loving and very caring, so I don't want you to get the wrong impression, but on a very regular basis, they would tell me how not important I was. You're not so special. Don't think that you're smarter than other people. Don't think that you should get any special circumstances. There are a lot of people that are worse off than you. You know, don't get entitled. You know, you make sure that you understand your place in the world, you know, and you're, you know, and when I became a leader, my dad was a teacher for more than 40 years. And he's just like, you remember one thing, Jason, when you become a leader. The fish stinks from the head first. And I don't know, but you know, like it was just one of those things, like do not get full of yourself, you know, and that. So I'm very cognizant about, you know, what kind of messages those types of things said. And if you're ever interested in another story that Simon Sinek says, and I won't share it, but search for, or I can send the link to, I can find it and send it to you. But his story about the leader with the styrofoam cup is that, you know, and really the main message in the story is that any special thing that comes to a person that fills a role like I have, a superintendent, is not for me. it's for the position. You know, it's for the office. I'm just Jason. And when I leave this office, there's going to be, I'm not going to have any special circumstances. I'm not going to get to attend conferences on the agency's dime or anything like that. Like, I'm just a person. And so I think that's what I wanted to just like convey to everybody and kind of think about what you want to do. And then the other piece that Amy and Miriam and I talked about in planning this, space for you to talk is no decision has to be made, you know, anyway. I'll turn it back over to Amy and you guys can have a conversation about what makes sense to you.
And just going off of that, it's just discussion, we don't have to decide
Yeah.
anything, but this is just time for us to take advantage of having, you know, a longer period of time to just talk through it. Since we didn't have time to get into it in depth in our board meeting a couple of months ago, and so I just wanted to kind of lead in with, you know, it's a really relevant thing for us to talk about right now, just because like in education, we're really it's kind of a scary funding time. We're not sure exactly what's gonna be coming. We're looking at having to be really careful budget wise. And so we're just analyzing the ways we spend money. And then also in leadership positions, like how are we modeling fiscal responsibility, but then on the other hand, we don't want to discourage board development, our growth, our learning, and we as board members also don't have a whole lot of guidance. We don't have a whole lot of opportunities where we get to talk to people from other boards and from other regions that do similar work as we do or in similar roles as we do and learn more. And especially with 4 new board members, we don't want to discourage. So learning, we don't want to make it sound like, oh, you want to go to this conference, you're spending all this money, but you know, we don't want to make it sound like a bad thing. It's a good thing that we want to learn, but just being maybe we want to be more intentional about like how we approach it. And then like in the since I've been on the board, it's been essentially like if you just sign up for what you want to go to. But just to put that in context, like I don't think we necessarily had as many people that were interested or able to attend those learning opportunities, so it wasn't as much of a challenge there because with just like people would go and then we'd be able to stay within a reasonable budget just within the people that wanted to
Not as
go.
much like competition for resources, so to speak, because
Exactly.
there wasn't as much interest generally in the board to go with it.
And so, but I think it's fantastic. We do have a lot of interest now. So I just wanted to open it up to everyone. I just wanted to share a little bit of my thoughts about, you know, it's a tough balance. It's really nuanced. And we have to keep, you know, fiscal responsibility in mind, but also, you know, we want to support people in their learning process and their growth as board members. So I am excited to hear everyone's thoughts.
Amy's doing the teacher wait time thing. Yep.
I'll go first because I'm a chatter, but for me, in less than a year here, and I did modify my appreciation document to show my 0.57.
I think that was so funny.
I said that, thank you. But you know, for me, the big takeaway is for me to grow personally on this board. And I've shared before, so I'll just truncate it with the ASEA conference. Awesome, great scope. Somebody else should go that would benefit from it, from the resources that can be applied by our staff. But I'm glad I had that experience, so I wouldn't duplicate that and I think that's a cost saving thing on my part not to participate again. But the OSBA stuff's been excellent for me to stretch and grow. That's more local, the conferences there. So that's my personal plan. My goal coming on is I can start attending school board meetings. And that's good. And the more I attend, the more I'm known there. So I want to keep doing that. And I think that stretches me, but I'm trying to find other ways to get connected with these districts. Following the board meetings online when I can't be there. But and getting to know some of our people and the work they do, because I ran with the saying, here's this awesome organization and the word needs to get spread. So I feel like I need to connect with you somehow and hear what Nathan's plans are and sit down with him, like I said, down in Rocco. And I don't know if it's appropriate.
Oh, that would be totally fine. Yeah.
I got a real mind blower, being exhausted in AESA, going to the Denver airport, just tired one, and entering into a really in-depth conversation with Autumn. I forgot her last name.
Baloney. Yep.
And she had energy that I couldn't believe. I was ready to take a nap, and I said, see what's happening on the ground. She goes, I need volunteers in my program. You'd be great for that. And I've done volunteering in kindergarten classes and stuff where I want to see how they, and where it's really happening. And so that's out there as a possibility. And that's one of my hopes and thoughts.
Awesome.
I just love what your approach to this. It's wonderful to have such an engaged board member who's wanting to learn. It's fantastic. Yeah. You have time. The energy.
Yeah. I think I have to echo what Amy said, that we have to be fiscally responsible, and conferences are very expensive to attend. And we see the monthly financials at our board meetings, and we know that we are sitting better than a lot of districts. But I think that it would be not in our best interest if we're not cognizant of where our partner districts are at and what it looks like if we're spending a lot of money when they don't have it to spend and they're buying services from us, because I think that there is a chance that that's going to be looked at, that their dollars that are going to us and we're spending it pretty freely. I just think we need to be careful of that view and the amount. I don't have a ton of experience or any experience knowing about, conferences that ESD board members would attend. But I know enough about conferences to wonder, are we coming back with enough from those conferences to make it truly valuable and worth the cost? And it's also really great to hear that there are more board members interested in going now than in the past.
Yeah.
But if we also need to be cognizant of the cost, I think maybe we think about a rotation of board members to go as a possibility. I think that we look at, if a board member is going, the last thing in the world that any of us probably want are more meetings. But I think that if we took some time to look at a conference agenda and we send a representative, not to assign homework, but to assign homework, send someone to say, I'm really interested in this session, be it on equity or AI or whatever, and send a representative hoping to get as much information back on topics that we're truly interested, I think would be the best bang for our buck. Those are some of my, initial thoughts when we started looking at some of this and thinking about, because I think I will always say that board development is hard to get. It is important. And at the end of the day, I would rather see our dollars go to someone else attending a conference that's going to bring something back that has a real direct impact on the students we serve. And I'm not saying that we wouldn't bring something back that makes change and all of that, but I guess at the end of the day, I think there is more value in making sure that our staff that have direct contact with students, or the direct contact with staff that have direct contact with students, is most important. So there's some of my earlier thoughts.
I'd be curious to know, like whether or not, like a board member attending conferences, how much it takes away opportunity from others attending. I think that's kind of would be my first question. I think about board members being able to attend professional development opportunities as an investment in the organization itself, right? Because, you know, kind of like what your dad said, what the fish.
The steaks from that first. Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, being able to make sure that your board members have that type of information. Where I currently work, I kind of like the way that we set things up in that everyone has a particular amount of funding for professional development.
Oh, like at your job.
At my job.
Yeah.
At my, you know, we all have that, but not everybody uses it. And so at the end of the year, like if somebody else wants an opportunity or whatever, right? Then they look back at, so what monies do we have available? You know, and if there are monies, then they could open up another opportunity for somebody to receive whatever amount of, you know, money to go to a conference or whatever. Yeah, but I agree. We definitely, you know, it's a balance, right? We definitely have to be fiscally responsible. And, you know, I think that making sure you have professional development is also very, very important. Yeah.
So very sure.
So I want to say, like, being one of the oldest board members here, like ever since I started being on the board, and just to give a little bit of history to the new board members, I was usually the one attending all of the board, like all the conferences, because nobody else from the board would want to go. And so I was the only representative for the longest time going to these conferences. And I did learn a lot, especially at the beginning. And so I do see the value of attending these board development and professional development, and understanding a lot of things that are changing. Um, you know, especially when it comes to AI, when it comes to policy, when it comes to a lot of things impacting our communities. I think it's important to hear from others what that looks like. And so for me, it's like I also don't want to remove an inequity, since, you know, I'm looking at our equity lens about opportunity. And it is, you know, research has indicated that people of color are less likely to go to professional development or even have these things offered to them because of those disproportions that are, let's face it, it's a reality. And so I don't want to, I feel like I don't want to remove something and make it limited in a way that is going to impact people to then they have to decide. And I have suggested multiple times what our budget looks like. What is that? And what can we utilize a board budget for? And so that's where I think having this conversation is important. But again, I'm also looking at it through the inequity lens when it comes to opportunity and equity. And when it comes to who is going to go to these places, especially when it comes to board development. And so I just want us to be mindful of that as well, and understand where that comes from. Because, yeah, I just feel that people of color are sometimes not given the same opportunity to go to places like this. And I have, you know, gone to the Color Caucus. I've gone to conferences through them with their scholarship. Like you know, I have tried to do my best not to put a lot of financial burden, I guess you could say, to the ESD. But I also know there are some conferences that I like to attend just because I see the value in them, and I've learned a lot from them. And there are some that I've attended that I'm like, you know what, it was okay. But I think if we're gonna look at this, let's look at the whole picture, and let's look at who's gonna be impacted, how that's gonna look like, and what that means. Because we're still in a place where opportunity is important to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn.
Do we have an idea though, in terms of generous, right, like board member costs for attending conferences and, you know, how this impacted other opportunities? I'm thinking also like for staff, you know,
Yeah.
Is that happening?
So in terms of costs for conference, so typical like in-state conference. So kind of the two that come to mind are OSBA's annual conference in Portland. And then also OAESD, so Oregon Association of ESD's conference in Sun River that's in May. Each of those cost about $1,500 when you look at the conference cost, the hotel costs, travel, the mileage and food and per diem, all that. And so it's about $1,500. A national type of conference usually is somewhere in the neighborhood of 2,500 to 2,600 up to about 3,200, 3,300 or so, depending on where it is. So when we went to Florida, those were more like, they're more than 3,000, like $3,200 per person to be able to go to something like that. I did send, because I think in my conversation with Amy and Miriam, in our preparation, there were some questions that were asked about costs, and I did share an email with the two of them that could be shared with the rest of the board, that just shows like what are some of the forward costs that we've had. I think the dynamic that we have is just different in that when there was only one or two people that wanted to go to things, you know, like it just was less money, you know, and one person could spend $5,000-6,000 in a year, and overall that wasn't a real big impact, you know, on the system. And so I think it's just a matter of figuring out, okay, what I think if I were giving advice to the board, be like, well, what's the amount that seems to make sense that's reasonable? Like you had said, if you had an account to say like, okay, I get this much money per year allocated to attend something, is that like 1,500 so that I can attend a state level conference? And then if I, you know, save that up for 2 years, then I could go to a national conference every other year. I don't know, if that makes sense. For context, we are trying to set opportunities in place for our staff to be able to go to things. And it's very depending on the grant funding, depending on what the funding stream looks like, sometimes depending on the time. In the first year of a biennium, sometimes we don't have people go to as many things. And the second year of the biennium, when we realize like, hey, we've got $20,000 left over in a grant, we can spend it sending people to conferences or something like that. It's a one-time cost. Then we'll have, you know, more of that. The other context is that in bargaining, we recently put language in the contract. We agreed to language, and it was $15,000 for the licensed group to be able to request money for professional development that might not be covered by grant funding or their program. And that's for roughly what, 100 people?
Oh, no.
Or no, 150 people, so $15,000 for 150 people. So this is where I think, you know, for all of you to kind of wrestle with, you know, it's like, oh, okay, well, if a board member, you know, goes to a few things, you know, or the collective as a board spends $15,000, you know, for a few people to go to things, and we say there's $15,000 available for our licensed staff, or like what Eddie brought up, you know, it's not necessarily even about the actual dollar figure, like what we can afford. Overall, spending $15,000 or $20,000 is not a huge thing, but sometimes it's the optics to our school districts to say, like, oh my gosh, you know, like these optics don't look good if there isn't something. So I don't know, it's a long-winded way there's a lot of nuances to it, and it isn't just a one hard and fast.
And a factor that doesn't help the optics, like we talked about this after
Oh, the Colorado
Yeah.
conference, yeah.
the AESA conference is like, we don't have any control over the venues, but often they are selected to be like resorts, and so this does not.
Yeah, especially when it's a resort that's clearly very expensive. And yeah, I mean, that was something that like Amy and Miriam and I talked about, is that we know that the hotel costs for that resort are just like any old hotel costs if we were to go to Portland or something. Because they had a really good rate at the conference. And there's a reason why AESA, and I've talked to a couple of leaders about this, they purposely put that conference the week after Thanksgiving, because that is the cheapest time to travel for the entire year.
Interesting.
The week after Thanksgiving is the cheapest time to travel in the entire year. People travel a lot for Thanksgiving, and then no one travels. And so they get good deals on hotels and everything else, because otherwise they'd be empty. But there's perception, it's there. Yeah.
Miriam, did you have something else? I just
Yes.
noticed you were like,
Yes, I did. Because what I wanted to add was like, there's going to be years where not all of us are going to want to go to a conference. And there's going to be years where maybe most of us want to go to a conference. So it's going to fluctuate. It's not going to be like a set, right? And so that's another thing that I want to think about is like, what can we do then? Because there's going to be years where maybe this conference, it would be very beneficial for most of us to go. And maybe there's a year where maybe it's not so beneficial. And so it's going to fluctuate. It's not going to be a set number each time in the amount that we spend to go onto it. So I just, I don't know what the solution is, to be honest. And I'm trying to think how to do that. I just, I don't know. I feel like I need more information, and I haven't looked at the stuff that you sent out, Jason. With, like I said, to come up with a number to have more concrete information on what that will look like. But having a budget, having a number. But I also want to emphasize something. I do not want to feel guilty to want to go to a conference. And yes, I am being very mindful of how much things cost. I am very much aware of that. But I also don't want nobody to also feel like they can't go because of there's gonna bring some type of shame to wanting to go to something. I do not like that, and I don't want that. And so I guess I am very cognizant on the cost, okay? But sometimes I feel like when we say certain things, we got to be mindful on how those words impact people. Because if it's going to make it feel like it's gonna bring shame or guilt or any of those feelings, I don't think that's what we are here for that. And I'm just, again, speaking my truth on some of the things that we talk about. And I just want to make sure I mention that.
yes, thank you, Marianne, for sharing that. That goes back to what I was mentioning at the beginning. We don't want to discourage people from learning opportunities, so.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why I mentioned that at the beginning too. Like I don't want any of the reflection that I gave to give anybody the impression that, like they should be discouraged or there's any shame, like Miriam says, shame. That's not at all.
It's not what we are
No,
aiming
that's
for.
not at all what it is. And we make different choices. I mean, even this, like format of doing a retreat, we had a couple of years, did the retreat at the coast. And I actually pulled up the data that I had sent to Amy and Miriam, and we could send this to everybody else, but we had a couple of years where we did this retreat over 2 days out of the coast, and it cost $4,600 one year and $4,800 another year. And this year, and then in 22-23, it cost $200.50. And this time it's just whatever the food costs.
I don't have that ability.
Yeah, probably $300 or something like that. Yeah, so we can think about things in a different way. just for, having all of the information. Thus far this year, we've spent $13,846. Last year we spent $16,592. 23-24, we spent $10,216. And in 22-23, we spent $8,600 for conferences, so. Yeah.
Well, I still am going back to what are our learning goals and how does it serve our role? And us being really clear on that. I'm not exactly sure, Miriam, what you're talking about when you say about an opportunity that and I feel like there's something that's still not being said there that I'm not understanding about what it is that you want out of this conversation. And maybe it's because you're sick and you're not here and it's hard to talk about things exactly, but I'm not sure you're talking about a missed opportunity. And I'm not sure what that is.
Well, I guess what I mean by having a missed opportunity is by, let's say there's three of us that wants to go to a conference, but we have made a decision that only two of us can. Well, one of us is going to miss that opportunity, right? And so that's what I mean. But like, if it is something that is going to benefit the three of us, what can we do then? What are the policies that we can establish, the guidelines that we can have in order to make it possible so that way that person doesn't feel left out? Or then we have to go to a vetting, or one of us has to volunteer not to go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to create that opportunity to be able for people to say, I do want to go, and for us to be able to support them in wanting to go. Because I don't want it to feel like, oh no, you're not going because policy only says two people can go, or this is X amount of money that can go. Like I said, there's going to be years where more people are going to want to go. And then there's going to be other years where maybe not a lot of people are going to go. So it's going to fluctuate. It's going to go, up and down on the cost that we have one year versus the next year. And so, so that's what I mean. Sorry, I got a.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
We sit at board meetings and we look at requests from staffers who are requesting and putting on a very detailed rationale of why they want to go to a conference. And we need to approve that funding. We don't do that, but we also don't get the information of what's available at conferences for us as board members. So there's kind of we wanted to suggest we have a similar process, but then I don't know. Yeah.
Certainly could, like you can look at the conferences and see what they're offering and, decide like, all right, well, this is why I think I want to go. Yeah, I think it's possible.
I just want to make sure that, Miriam, were you finished? Explaining? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sorry. I'm really sick, guys. Sorry. If I don't make sense, I apologize. I keep coming in and out, and trying to explain what I'm trying to say.
No, I think we appreciate
Yeah.
it. We appreciate it. Something.
Sorry that you're not feeling well, Miriam.
Yeah. Something that I think about, because we discussed the optics of what it might look for others, right? Like when we go to these conferences. But I just wonder about our own perceptions around what does it mean to attend a conference? Because I think sometimes when people hear the word, professional development, it's like, whoop, it's vacation, yeah, so I wonder if we need to reframe what that is and why it's really important, I teach in higher ed where like learning is like substance, right? It's like a fuel and I think about spaces where I have been where people haven't received professional development in years. And sometimes what they're teaching, Like, I'm like, where did you learn that? Like in the 1950s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think when I think of professional development, I think about energizing and, you know, kind of like that iron sharpening iron, that type of thing, right? And it helps to promote the agency. And so I think that when we discuss our investment in that for board members, that we need to also think about it in that light as well, you know? Yeah, and I get that other school districts who may not be doing, you know, who doesn't have the capacity to do the same thing, I'd be like, whoa, so you're going to Sun River?
Yeah.
Right? But, you know, and I guess my other, and for me, even that thought, I think about, I don't know, do people think that as board members that we should be going to places where we're just like scraping? But I mean, I don't know, right? I just wonder about the multiple layers of assumptions too.
There's
Like as we
certainly a
think
lot of
about-
assumptions
Yes.
that are in it. Yeah.
I just hear, you know, that we spent, what'd you say, $13,000?
$13,800 so far.
And
this
we've
year.
got 15,000 for 150 people. You know, I guess for me, it's like, where does the value for our organization? How do we as fiscal oversight for this whole organization determine what our professional development is? I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but we have other resources, like, are we looking at all of the resources we can get from OSBA? I love that you're going to other districts and being a student of their board. I mean, that's a way that we can learn things. We could go on field trips to other ESDs and learn, or I could go and learn from Tim for a year, you know. But just to be a student of our organization, for me as a beginner in this district, though I'm a very experienced consumer, I feel like I have a lot to learn that I don't have to go to a conference for. There may be a time where a conference would make sense, or Jason might advise me, Lori, I think this is a good conference for you to go to for these reasons. But for me, I feel like I have so much learning I can still do from ODE, OSBA, and other ESDs in our local districts that we represent. So, I'm not saying that we shouldn't go to conferences, but I'm very cognizant of that in some ways it is a zero-sum game, because the money that comes from us, the money that we spend on professional development, how does that directly impact our organization as opposed to getting SLPs the training they need to be most effective, or.
Absolutely.
I love that, because being a student out of our organization with each other, because I wanted to give a shout out to Denise, your tags that came right after our ESA conference about the normalization of the people that were serving us in a very posh setting, who can never afford to be there, but they were servants of us, and that normalization that goes back to the whole history of this country. But then I've learned so much from like Amy and Lori, from your experience as educators, and Miriam, you're identifying as a disruptor, I think is important for all of us to break that normalization, not just so you be a disruptor. And then public administration with Michael and your experience. I feel like I'm the oldest person on the board, but kind of the real youngster in there. So I'm learning from you folks a lot.
There's so many different. Yeah. There's so many different ways
To compete.
Yeah.
So how other ESDs do that though? How do
I
they?
think it's really variable. I mean, I certainly see other ESDs that are attending things. I would say for the most part, the ones that are attending a lot of things are bigger than us. When you think about, you know, an ESD that's 3 or 4 times the size of us, you know, they could spend. And that's where just that, there's an economy of scale there, like their board's not any bigger. So, and you'll kind of see that as, you don't see a tremendous amount of small ESDs going to national things almost ever, because then they're way smaller than. You know. So I think that kind of cognizance, like what Lori brought up, is very much a reality, is that the budget is always for some. You know, there will be times when we have a team, they're like, okay, we would like, you know, to go to this thing, and we're like, well, we can only send 5, not 8 or whatever, you know, and so. I think that's always kind of the case.
I think there's
things and the budget is just what it is.
I think that we could solve some problems maybe with some pre-planning. And do you and Lisa do like, I'm gonna say a term and it might be very Lincoln County School District staffing sheets, where we have this complex system of spreadsheets, I'll say, that's probably been around since Excel was invented, but in that we are given a discretionary budget for every department, pretty much, or program, pretty much. Do we do anything like that? So like every year for me, when I do the first crack at it, I look at, when I do FAR staffing, so they'll say for the superintendent's office, you've got $20,000 discretionary, or 15,000 discretionary. And then I have to go back and I get to play the game, where I run the numbers out of Visions to see how much, you know, for the board's discretionary budget, how much did we spend at OSBA? Did we do NSBA that year? And start looking at those and start trying to figure out how much I'm gonna allocate for the next year based on that cost plus a little more for the increase we know it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And then we have to make some tough choices. It is not a year for NSBA.
Yeah.
On the national level, so there's I'm wondering if we couldn't do some better planning there where we do a number.
I would say potentially, and I think that the space that I would encourage, and is exactly what we're doing right now, is for the board to have a conversation about it. Because I think if we think about this from the dynamic of what the board has purview over, and what the board's role is versus what my role is versus what Rocco's role is. One thing that Rocco and I just don't feel comfortable doing is saying, this is the money that you have, because the reality is you as the board, as a collective, you get to approve the budget. And you could say, you know, we want $50,000, or, you know, I mean, yeah, you could, you know, now, there would be potential consequences. It's going to come from somewhere, absolutely. But that's where it's like, one of those things.
Well, there is no amount of reasonable for development that is going to sink LBL's budget.
Yes.
There is a reasonable amount of staff development that could sink the budget. And the problem ends up being balancing those two concepts off of each other. Right, it's the whole executive compensation. How could you have given the CEO $100,000 increase when we only gave out $1,000 increases to everybody else? Because there's 10,000 of them, and that was $10 million. And that's the problem that you run into with this hot button issue.
So if you take your 1,500 that you quoted for like a state conference.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna use 200 as an easy rough number, because we have more staff than that, but they're not all full-time. That's 300, like, if we wanted to send every staff member to a conference in a year, it's $300,000.
That means we lay off 2 to 3 people.
And I get that you're in an awkward position where you don't want to tell us.
Yeah.
So then it becomes our responsibility to put our own guardrails in place. And I think it's best that we do that early on.
Yeah.
Put those guardrails in place. Because I also made a note when we were watching the Star Wars clip today on board travel. I said the board, the movie directors, should not travel without staff. The music composers, the first chairs, being the LBL directors. We shouldn't travel without them. And so our almost 13 or over 13 so far, and we just crossed the halfway point. That number doesn't include what it costs to send, I heard Autumn, or that you had to go, or got to go.
Yeah, got to go.
You know, the staff, so that number is, because had no board gone, how many LBL staff would have gone? I'm not asking you to answer that,
Yeah,
right? But
oh, I
there's a
would,
chance it would
I'm
have
happy
less.
to answer that. I think it's important, that there are times when I look at like a conference like AESA, where that's probably the most valuable ESD learning that I could do in a year. But then again, I don't know that I would have to go every year, you know, I mean, one example that's come up in past years is that if people don't go to OSBA in Portland, I mean, that's a conference for board members. But superintendent should go with board members if board members go. But if board members don't go, then I don't go. And I just save the organization $1,500. So I think, yeah, those are those kind of dynamics that are there. You know, and I think that it's just a matter of what is that reasonable balance point, like Rocco said, given where that you know, you can say, all right, this is something that we can, the reasonable person standard, and people are gonna say, all right, well, that makes sense. Yeah.
And this is just gonna be, this is just me and my opinion, and I make that very clear, but I hear, Miriam, what you're saying about missed opportunities, and yet I think that if there were 3 or 4 of us that wanted to go to something, I think our group could do a good job of selecting the best. Would it be a missed opportunity for some? I guess you could call it that, but I think that we can make the tough decision and say 4 of us want to go, but what's best for the budget is, and for the organization is that maybe we only send 2, and the 2 we're gonna send, we ask, please bring back this kind of information, or be willing to lead some kind of PD for us based on what you learned. I think that we can make those tough decisions and it be okay.
I think it's hard, you know, it's hard, and just going back to Miriam's point to, about like, because the missed opportunity is also about equity, right? Like, we don't really see people of color on boards, right? And oftentimes, leadership opportunities are also not within reach, you know? And so when those choices have to be made about, you know, who is not going to go, and it's a person of color who might not have those opportunities generally, you know, like how do you, right? Like how do you, yeah, kind of like rectify
So if we
some of
keep
those
saying that,
tensions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was referring to. Thank you, Denise. About that it's because because a lot that disproportion that sometimes exists in school boards and in government boards as well is there aren't that many people of color representing communities and being in those spaces, to uplift those communities in those positions of leadership. So yes, so when I'm talking about equity, I'm talking about creating that space, that opportunity, and who's going to determine, right, who's gonna go to these conferences, knowing very well that those disproportions exist when it comes to representation, when it comes to who is going to go to these spaces. And I was the only person of color in the board for a very long time. And I did feel left out. And I did feel like I had to be louder in order for my voice to be heard. Because one, not only am I a person of color, I'm also a single mom. And so I did have to bring that forth. And so, yes, when I'm talking about opportunity, when I'm talking about equity, I'm talking about all that what exists. Because, like I said earlier, people of color are usually not in these spaces. And we also see that in conferences. We see who shows up at the table, and we see the majority of the board members are white. Let's call it as it is. That is the reality.
What do we think of as next steps? Because I know we said that we don't need to make a decision today, and I don't think that we're anywhere near ready to make one.
Very good discussion.
But I'm also one of those that doesn't, I wanna make sure we're headed down a path to get somewhere.
Yeah.
So what do we think is the next step?
I think that there's a very good discussion here, and I think that it's my advice to the board at this point is to just kind of let this sink in and think about, what makes sense, and maybe somebody will have a thought that says, okay, well, let's float this idea, and then they put an idea on the table at some point to look at. There's really one. Well, there's two more opportunities that people could do, one of which not very many people have gone to. Miriam, I think, went once, and years past is the National School Boards Conference, NSBA. And then one that several people have gone to over the years is the LBLESD conference that happens in Sun River in May. So there's not necessarily decisions that have to be made, right now. So I think you can all think about it a little bit. Continue the conversation.
When I do,
Yeah, when is
it's
that decision?
quickly, like
Is
the
it pretty
next
quick?
couple of weeks.
Okay.
And I do have rooms reserved just in case we do have board members who want to go. But I do need to get, the registration is open.
Is it? Okay.
What's that? For the May one, the OESD one, the national one is open as well.
Yeah.
They're both open for registration, but I do.
Yeah.
It isn't like you have months and months to decide.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I think that something that Rocco said that I think is an important piece is I think the board can be thoughtful about this, knowing that, if a few people go to, like I said, let's say it's $1,500. Let's say a few people go to the OAESD thing. We might end up spending, somewhere around 18,500 to maybe $20,000 this year. It's not going to break us. It is not. I think, just know that it's just thinking about and having a really thoughtful conversation is something to, and then go, all right, well, what's the next sort of, plan? And I think that you're all super smart people that, could probably think about, well, what makes good sense,
The one in May is nice that it is all ESD.
It's all ESD related, exactly, which I think is really good. Definitely really good. The other thing that I think that just to help put your minds at ease a little bit in terms of staff, during some of our monthly meetings that we've had recently, we've given the green light to some of our administrators to spend some money on professional development for staff. Again, we've been very fiscally responsible and we're not broke. I think more than anything, probably the challenge with any optics that we have is kind of what Eddie brought up earlier, is what our school districts might think about us sending. And honestly, the optics always look worse the higher you go up in the organization. So whatever you do or whatever I do is going to have the worst optics about it. And it's just the reality of it. But even if we're sending staff to things like, oh, you're spending money on professional development and school districts are having to figure out how to lay people off, that still is challenging. And yet at the same time, I think it's okay for us to say, and I think Denise, you kind of said this a little bit earlier, is that we want to send experts out to you to serve your children. And the way that you do that is support staff members to continue to learn the best research and tactics and, get professional development. So we need to do that as well. So it's very complex and there's a lot of pieces to it, but I think that the fact that you're having this conversation is powerful, and it just hasn't been something that the prior board has had to have a conversation because there wasn't, like you said, there wasn't as much interest, and so we never really kind of got to any sort of threshold that would have created the conversation. Yeah.
I think it would be interesting to see what happens too, in time, right? Many of us are new, right? And so I think about myself, like going to the first conference in Colorado, I thought was really important. Next year, though, going to a conference, especially if it's in week 9 of my term, I don't know if I would make that same
Yeah.
decision.
And if
Yes.
it takes a full day, next year, I can tell you, it's in Florida, it'll take a full day of travel to get there. You know, like, so,
Yeah, so,
yeah,
yeah, some of those circumstances matter.
yeah, absolutely.
Just wanted to point out, we're 5 minutes over, I just want to be respectful of everyone's time, so, but. I think we have plenty of food for thought on this, I don't think we're anywhere close to making any sort of a decision.
Yep.
But we've discussed a lot of interesting viewpoints and we've floated some ideas and we can continue this conversation, maybe have it on an agenda later on, especially if anyone has any particular insights in the meantime.
Can I just,
Yes, please.
after all this conversation, I still believe that it is valuable for us as a board to think about professional development, vision and plan. I'm not talking about necessarily the finances yet, but we need a vision of what is it that growing us as a board.
Yes.
What do we want to gain? And I think our OSBA training with Vince has also been really valuable. I mean, even as somebody who's been on the board for a few years, like I still found it really valuable, like the learning experiences. And like the, you know, the money that we spent on that, like I think that was really worthwhile and I'm looking forward to our next session.
And I don't know if in that session, I don't know what I don't remember if I am supposed to know what the goals of that professional development is, but I think there could be leadership from OSBA to facilitate us having a conversation about our professional development.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, yeah. Absolutely. Well, I know we've gone over time, but if you would indulge me this last thing, oh, Miriam, looks like you raised your hand.
Yeah, I'm raising my hand because I do have to go. I'm not feeling very well. To be honest, I do need to step out. So I just
Okay.
wanted to let you know.
I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, feel better.
Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
What I was just gonna say, just in wrapping up, just wanted to say thank you for your engagement here today. I don't know if anybody has any you know, final words that they would like to share in reflection of the day. And just open it up to that. To look from there.
One fast.
It did.
3 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't believe you kept me engaged though.
I was thinking, what are we gonna do for all of it?
All right.
Michael, do you have anything to say? Besides goodbye?
No, thank you. This has been great. This has been
That's all
worthwhile.
right.
Lots to think about. Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. Well, thank you all. All right, that sounds good.
Run home and celebrate my kid's birthday.
Oh, it's 16, right?
Hey, yeah.
So when's the DMV appointment?
Well, he doesn't yet, in the state of Oregon, he needs it for 6 months.
Okay, he's not in a rush.
I actually went through and